Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm an Airbus pilot, but make no mistake, this is an Airbus that we're flying today. However, it is absolutely not your average Airbus. Welcome to the Airbus A220, or I should call it the Bombardier C-Series. The C-Series is a fantastic little airliner that's really taking over the future of short-haul flying, offering 140 seats in the A220-300 variant or the Bombardier C-Series 3. Now, the Synaptic A220 that we're previewing today does not include the 100, it only includes the 300 at this point in time, so that's the one we are going to fly. Now, picking a route for today's flight was really hard, and I know that I originally had a Swiss banner up on this stream. I changed it to ITA Airways because they just had a little more interesting routes, and namely we are going to fly from Rome Fiumicino to the fantastic brand new Corfu by Gaia Simulations. A quick 1 hour and 5 minute flight over, and thereafter a lovely 1 hour and 15 minute flight back. And if I've timed everything right, which I kinda hope I did, we should arrive in a lovely sunset and then depart Corfu again just prior to the sun vanishing beneath the horizon, leading us to a night landing back in Rome later on. Now, welcome to everyone who joined over here, and yes guys, this is absolute German punctuality. You can see in the back of this airplane you'll find a little Lufthansa Group logo, and Lufthansa Group doesn't consider something delayed until it's more than 15 minutes late. So that is what we are going to do today. Now, a little word over here that I want to say at the beginning of this live stream. This is the preview version of the aircraft. It does have a couple of bugs in it that are already fixed for the release version, but that have just not made it to the streamers just yet. So I am going to talk about those as we come along. And overall, I did spend yesterday evening and most of today preparing on this airplane, but even though it is officially branded an Airbus, remember it is more of a Bombardier C-Series here, and therefore, even though I do have an AFCOM, it's getting there. So let's see how that's gonna go. Now, Alex the Aviator, you can see all the liveries that are going to be included on the release in the INI Manager already. I believe it's one for each of the real-world operators at this moment. Now, what's really cool here about every one of those liveries, the A220 is flown basically as a read and do from the electronic checklist. And they have included the correct real-world operator-specific checklists for many of the liveries included in the package. So that's really cool. Now, Kyoto Samurai in the comments, GSX is thinking, what is this thing? Cannot compute. Yep, had that already. But there is a custom profile provided, and that way it is going to therefore it is going to recognize the airplane now, at least I hope so. So, before we are going to go over all of the aircraft, let's just head inside over here. And we've had a very brief look at the outside just here, but I'm sure you've all seen the INI builds. Oh, they just closed the door. Alright, here we are. I'm sure many of you have just seen the INI builds trailer already, so you guys do already know what you are getting there in terms of the outside model. So let me go over the inside model just as briefly over here, just to show it to you guys. So it is a 2-3 seating in the airplane, 2 on the left side, 3 on the right side. And personally, I did fly on a Swiss A220 once in the real world, and I've been fortunate enough to sit on this side here with my girlfriend, and I can tell you that's a place where you can spend some time. It's a pretty comfortable cabin. Never really expected that from an airplane built for this type of service over here, but it's actually quite impressive what the A220 can do. It does serve as a long-haul aircraft in some companies, but more on that in separate dedicated videos. Couple of things that you can do over here. So first of all, this is what the cabin looks like over here. It is the typical high quality modeling that we've come to expect from any builds. And what's really cool, you can operate the tables on every one of those seats. That's really cool. Just like you got the head bumpers simulated, especially when walking on the aisle over here. And you know, if any one of those bumpers on the left side here is open, that is a perfect place to smash your head into. Just look at this. They're standing in the aisle, just leaned a little bit to the left. And look at this. I can tell you, more than one flight attendant did go home with some headaches after flying the A220 for that particular reason. Now we are going to go over more of the airplane later on. I'm already getting a couple of questions about performance for the airplane, so I'm sure just by looking at the live stream you've already seen that I do get quite some micro stutters over here, and that is unfortunately true. Now, right now the airplane does perform alright, but it's not the very best performer, at least from my limited opinion that I have with it just yet. Now, let's go ahead and have a look at this. Flight deck, a couple of really nice things. Some circuit breakers are simulated down here, so if we just move down here, you can see we can pull a lot of them, and many of them also do have an effect. Like we can pull the circuit breaker for the displays and stuff like that. The McAllen has asked, is there any or will there be any failure simulation? Not at the time of the release. I just had a call with the developer this morning, and he told me that he aims for this airplane to be basically fully featured in terms of the normal operations that you do with it. So anything you do under normal day-to-day operations is supposed to be there sooner or later. There are a couple of things that are not there yet. I'm going to talk about them in today's live stream. However, many things, actually many more than I originally expected, are already there. So that's quite nice. And since someone's just been asking, does it mean the airplane rolls left faster than it rolls right, especially if oversized human cargo is all on the right? No, it doesn't. Those seats are so close to the center of gravity that there is really no effect there that you would notice. Alright, so if I do need to take a little drink every now and then, that's just because it is freaking hot in here, and on the outside it's 30 degrees Celsius where I live, but on the inside, with my 4090 heating the room, it's more like 40 degrees in my room here. Yeah, crazy me for doing a live stream in that type of weather. But anyway, let's go ahead and take a seat and just see what the office looks like from here. So here we are. This is what the captain's view on the A220 looks like. Looking around the flight deck, we do have first officer over here. Now, something that kind of struck me is how high the first officer is sitting right now. There, like, you can see she's kind of almost at the edge of the window, but our standard point of view here is pretty correct. I did just have a call with one of my friends who actually used to fly the A220 before he went on to another airplane. So I kind of got a little briefing here on how to operate, how to fly this airplane. And yeah, then I'd say we're just gonna go and get right into this one. Now, the most important thing first here. I know it says Airbus on the label, and now someone telling me that this is not an actual Airbus. So the table is there, that's the most important thing. Alright, now let's go ahead, put that one away again, because we do have other work to do right now. Now let's actually go ahead and start the airplane up. We do have an IndyBuilds EFB in the airplane. You know the My Flight menu from, well, the other ini-built EFB-equipped airliners like the A340 or the A300, and this is pretty much the same thing. We got the weather over here, we do have the flight plan available down here to view, and you can obviously switch this between day mode and night mode as well, and that is not just going to switch things like the flight plan over here, it's also going to switch the day and night mode of the charts. Now, talking about charts, you can use both the simulator's integrated Lido charts as well as the Navigraph charts if you have Navigraph connected. So that's quite cool. Generally, let's just go over a couple of the options we've got available in the airplane. So, just starting over here, we have the weight units, which we can switch between metric and imperial. RS alignment time, self-explanatory, barometric synchronization. I just love to synchronize the left and the right display so that I just have to work on the one that on the one side that I'm flying from. Auto ground power unit disconnect. I'm disabling that one. Why? Because when GSX thinks it needs to lift the nose of the airplane, you can imagine what's gonna happen. Alright, so external effects, obviously gonna keep them on for the video. Pause at top of descent, self-explanatory. You can set a particular distance from the top of descent where you can start that. Then you have the SATCOM that you can enable or disable. Cabin lighting will keep them on auto. And something that I just like is the type compression. You can go up to 4x simulation rate, and the A220, even though it is built as a regional airliner, can fly long haul. Our Baltic is flying that thing to Dubai from the Baltic states, 6 hours. So that time acceleration is really appreciated. Now, Line Channel YouTube, because it's you, how's the performance? It's okay, but could be better. You're gonna see what I mean with that later on. Alright, then we do have some more UFB settings here, on-screen keyboard and keyboard entry shortcut. This is quite interesting. This is similar to the A350, where you can use your physical keyboard to make inputs into the FMS, and you have a hotkey that you can press, and contrary to the A350, you can actually control that over here. And you can change that to whatever keybind you would like. But more on that when we program the FMS later. Then you do have audio settings over here. You do have noise cancellation available, which is interesting. And, well, I'm going to show that off in the flight, of course. Then you have callouts. And the A220 has an interesting one here with 35 feet callout. Now, I'm going to keep that active. It's probably not going to play, because when you do descend at a normal rate, then you're unlikely to hear it. But it's there, just so you guys know it. Finally, third-party settings, standard stuff here, where you can decide whether you want to use Navigraph charts or Lido charts, where you can enter your SimBrief user ID, and finally you can log on to Navigraph. Alright, and that's the electronic flightback settings. Now let's go ahead and get right into this one with the load sheet. So let's just do a SimBrief import down here. We are going to use standard stuff, nothing special today. So let's go ahead and take a fuel load of 4,200 kilos, because we will be starting the APU fairly soon. That is going to use some fuel during our turnaround. Okay, so 140 passengers, that's a full load. And then we got 1,500 kilos of cargo on board. Alright, so now that we got those basics, let's just go to the ground equipment tab over here. Over here we can control all the doors. We can do things like attach a ground power unit, toggle jetways, catering, and that kind of stuff. Now, let's just go ahead and play with that and request catering through GSX. Just give me the data, whatever. And then let's just play with that for a little bit. You also have a pushback option down here in case GSX fails you once again, which is of course never ever going to happen. So I do like that thing to be there as a backup. Generally, it looks to me like it's definitely been ini-builds who built the electronic flightback and not Synaptic. Okay, so we should pretty much have everything we need now. So let's go ahead and power the airplane up. We are going to turn on both the batteries, and from there, the plane is just going to come to life. We'll let it do that, and now, let me give you the first lesson of the tutorial that is inevitably going to come up anyway. The airplane is operated basically out of the electronic checklists. Contrary to other airliners, where you would do the flow by head and then back it up with a checklist, you actually do it out of the checklist in the A220. That's quite the interesting thing. Alright, so let's bring a checklist up over here, and what's really cool is that for many liveries, they actually have the correct airliner dependent checklist included here. So I picked a bad example with ITA Airways, because for them they don't have one, but for Swiss, for JetBlue, for Delta, for all those airlines, they do have the correct checklist, and those differ substantially. So that's a really interesting feature, but it is something to keep in mind when the airplane is when you are trying to fly the airplane. Alright, so let's start with the power on checklist. As I mentioned earlier, you really do these things out of the checklist. So you can see it's automatically sensing the items that it can sense. So it senses that the parking brake is on, it senses that we turned the batteries on. Now we have the ECL on display unit number 2, which is that one over here. And then it wants us to put the hydraulic pumps 3A, 3B, and 2B on auto, which are right up here. So 1, 2, and 3. Here we are. And those items are once again sensed, so they're ticked up automatically, and we only have to work on we only have to call out the items that are not automatically sensed by the airplane. So now APU or external power as required. So let's go ahead, turn on the external power there. Then we can tick that one off, and since that is an OR option, we have to tick it off manually. You can generally see that on the checklists here. When you've got those gray items, they're sensed. When you got the black boxes, you need to tick them off manually. Alright, and now the power on checklist is complete, so let's go ahead and move on to the pre-flight procedure. Now it's asking us, first flight of the day, yes or no? If we tick yes, we gotta do those options in the top over here. If you click no, it's going to skip over those items automatically. For us it is the first flight of the day, so let's go for yes. Then it starts with the ice detector test, and that is one thing that is unfortunately currently not properly simulated. So the way you do this is you go to the Synaptic. Shall we take bets how often I'm gonna say Synaptic instead of Synaptic pages today? That is gonna happen, guys. And then you go down to avionics. Down here you would click ice detect. That would do the test. Unfortunately at this time when you do the test, you are going to get a test fail message in amber, which you are not able to click away. That is known from the developers. They're working on fixing that, but I just want to get you in the line there. Now let's just open the checklist on the right hand side over here. This is the normal display configuration that my friend who flew the airplane told me about, that you basically would keep the ICAS on the left hand side so that you always have it in the same spot for the panel scan, and then you have the checklists on the FO side or wherever else you want to put them. You can also put them down here on the displays. Those are all interchangeable, the multifunction displays, but this is what he told me, what they did in his airline, so that's how we are going to do it. Alright, so I'm just going to tick the ice detector test off. And circuit breakers checked over here. Now, let me just show you circuit breakers, because that's really cool. It looks like no breakers over here, but have a look at that. We can actually go ahead and pull up all the electronic breakers over here. Like, for example, if we got the ACP number 2, we can actually pop that breaker in here. That's pretty cool. Now, not all of the breakers actually have an effect at this time, but many of them do, so that's just pretty cool. And then we can reset it over here as well. And if a breaker is popped, like if you just pop that out over here, then sort by status, you can see that we actually see this over here. And the same applies. And the same also applies if we take the physical breakers that we got in the back over here. So for example, if we pop the left inboard display unit, you can see that thing's actually going out. Now it's automatically transferring the ICAS over to the other side. So that stuff is all there. Even though the airplane is not simulating failures at this point, many of these things are still there. So that's really cool. You can also see this over here, the inboard display selector transition to right. Now we can pull up the CB page on this side, and you can actually see that it's showing us that breaker popped over here as well now. So that's pretty cool. You got both the digital breakers, like the one for the ACP up here, as well as the physical breakers. You can actually see the difference shown over here. The one with the circle around it are the physical ones, the one without are the digital ones. So let's go ahead and put that one back in again. So that's in, and now let's also restart the left inboard display, like that. And then let's see, both are recognized as in again. The display needs a little time to power up, and then it's going to be here again. Here we go. Alright, cool. So we got that. So let's go back to the map over here, and then let's continue. So circuit breakers are checked and all reset, as the system has just sensed automatically as well. Now let me just, I don't know, this looks strange. Let me get the FMS back down here. Okay, so rudder trim check, and for that we actually need to wait until the IRS is aligned. So I'm gonna skip over that one for now. Next up is oxygen mask checked, so we can do that down here. Here we go, oxygen mask is checked, airplane documents are all on board, OEBs are checked, emergency equipment is checked, gear pins are on board. Next up we got overhead panel, and when we reach that point we actually do the overhead panel scan. So now let's move up here and start from the top to the bottom, where we basically make sure that all the lights are out, all the switches are armed, or rather are guarded, and that's it. So we're done on this side. We can move down over here. We could start the APU at this point because it is pretty hot outside. So let's go ahead, start that APU, hold the switch there for 3 seconds, and here we go. APU start is coming on. You can follow that on the status page if you want to. You can see that down here. So start is in progress. By the way, by clicking the master warning reset button, you can stop those messages from flashing over there. Alright, so the APU is coming up, needs a little while, and once it's on, bleed is going to come on automatically. Alright, then we got the then we can move up here and just make sure all the fire switches are guarded. Then we're moving down on the second column where we have the APU. Then we're moving down on the third column where we got the fuel pumps. Now for the cabin temperatures, pilot inside, 4 clicks to the right. The real one has the clicks as well. 4 clicks to the right is where you get the least complaints from the cabin crew. And Lime Channel YT, that's an excellent question. Is it just me, or does the airplane not have IRS switches? That's correct, it doesn't have them. It starts aligning the IRS automatically the moment you switch electrical power on. And as you can see, the alignment is now complete. Alright, so we're done over here, then we can move on that side. Now, over here we arm the emergency lights, and apart from that, we can move down to the signs, where we turn the seatbelt sign on, and apart from that, nav light on, logo light at night, and the rest is checked. Alright, so since IRS alignment is complete, you can see that the rudder trim is now also available. And the rudder trim switch is located right down here. So let's just move our view back up here, and I'm just using my wind control Airbus throttle now to apply a little bit of trim, and that way we just check that the rudder trim is operative and moves to either side, like this, and then we just return it to the green position, like that, and with that the rudder trim is centered again. Alright, now we can tick this one off as well. Overhead panel is checked, now we get down to the glare shield, and up here we start on the left hand side. I'm going to turn the display brightness all the way up, just because I sometimes think that the flight director is a little hard to see, but more on that later on. Then we got our standby display up, or rather, well, I'm jumping, we're not down at the standby display yet, but let's just go down here and turn the brightness of the 5th display unit up. Alright, so, next up we got our terrain and traffic switches that we can activate over here. Then we got our radios, and we can select hectopascals over here. Now for the radios, let's just go down and find our frequencies. Couple things you can do here. If you want to cheat, you're gonna go to the CNS, and over here you can actually get some of the local airport frequencies. But what I've been told from an A220 pilot is that they are still mostly using normal charts So let's just go ahead, get our charts for Rome Fiumicino, APC and AGC, and the AGC should have the frequencies on it, like right here. So delivery is on 121.8. So let's just tune that. 121.8, like that. And apart from that, we don't really need to do anything here. I did see, well, no, I'm lying. My A220 pilot friend did see that many streamers went ahead and changed the TCAS auto mode. And I did have a little chat with him about that, and he told me that no, they would actually leave it on auto for pretty much the entire flight and not do any manual changes here. Okay, now that's what we got over here. Then we got our, forgot the name, I'm gonna call it FCU. After all, Airbus is planning a big SOP change to the A220 to align it with their other aircraft, so I'm gonna call this FCU. Let's just dial up 5,000 for the initial climb. And then on this side, let's also go for our terrain and traffic. Alright, on that side, 1215 is selected, and that's it. So, then we're done on the glass shield, so let's go down to the displays. For that, we mostly check things like the overlay. You can switch the VSD on if you want to. Totally up to you, whatever you like. And one thing you'll see over here is that the weather is actually grayed out. That's something that I did ask the Synaptic developers about. And what they told me is that you could not simulate the weather radar with the currently available data because they had to create a completely customized nav display because of the huge range and the super high detail terrain map that they have in this airplane. For that reason, unfortunately, no weather radar available in this airplane. But then again, this is an airplane where you're basically flying with the terrain turned on at all times, because in order to use the weather radar in the real plane, you have to have terrain on. So basically, by having terrain on all the time, you kind of have what you would see in the real world as well. So that's just that. Also, a small thing here, if you go to minimum range, the real airplane would give you the live airport map, the moving map. You can see this one says airport map fault. That is going to be added with a post-release patch. And Charlie B787, you can actually operate the VHF2 from your side as well with that transfer switch up there. Like that, you can switch over between VHF1 and VHF2. Alright, so that's the range for the nav display. I'm just going to put that back to something like here. 5 miles over here, so 10 miles overall range. Looks like a fairly good thing. And Lime Channel, no, this wasn't meant to be feature complete on release. They only said that about the A380, not about the A220. But then again, this thing has a ton of features already, and you know, in my opinion, if we have to fly this thing for a couple of weeks without a weather radar or without an airport moving map, hey, there is a different feature that I'm going to show you in a moment. It's not the end of the world. I'd rather have the airplane at this time. Okay, so, we do have the symbols up here. So, things like nearest airport, missed approach, range, ETA, speed and altitude constraints, gonna turn those on. What's pretty neat as well is that you can turn on controlled airspaces. That way, you get the local airspace structure shown on your displays. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't tell us which altitude applies to all of those. But this is quite cool when you're flying next to, you know, those small regional airports where you could expect lots of VFR traffic, so that you have an idea of what type of airspace you're in. Also quite cool because oftentimes, the moment you overfly boundary like this, ATC can give you a lower altitude, so that's quite cool. That's quite cool. Now, apart from that, there is one more symbol, that's SUA, that you guys have also just asked about in the comments. But I'm honest with you, I asked my pilot friend as well. He told me he's got no clue because his airline didn't have them. But I'm just looking at this, and looking at it shows me that thing over here. That may be restricted areas and something like that. Maybe. Not 100% sure if I'm honest. Yes, it does happen that there is stuff that I don't know. It does happen, I admit it. Alright, that much about the displays. So we got that on this side. Then we can also do that on this side real quick, but I'm gonna give you the VSD, because why not? Then let's go ahead and put all that stuff up over here. You can have the controlled airspaces, why wouldn't you? And then our displays are checked. Finally, ICAS and info, so we check all the messages we got over here, and if we had any MEL items, anything that would be important from an informational point of view, you have a Synaptic page for that. Damn it, I said it, Synaptic. No, Synaptic page. Info down here. That's things like MEL items. For example, if you pop a circuit breaker, let's just pop one here. What's that one? Battery 1 charger out. Huh, tripped. Interesting, guys. So, that thing tripped on its own. That was not us tripping it. Alright, let's just get a system and just trip one of those. Then, if that thing was relevant for our flight, we would get an info up here. Normally that's stuff like MEL items and stuff like that we get on the info page over here. Let's just go ahead and push that one back in again. Thank you very much. This one down here is trip, battery 1 charger. And that is a physical breaker. Let me actually see where that is, because we weren't supposed to trip it. I might have hit something accidentally. Not down here. Let's see, where are the others? There should be some more circuit breakers in this flight deck, but obviously I did prepare that part of the video, but no, nothing over here as well. Guys, if you know where to find that breaker, do let me know in the comments, and then we are gonna look that up. For the time being, there should be some CBs on the back wall, some people said, but can't quite find them right now. I mean, it's just a battery charger, so it's not going to be the end of the life, but if you guys know where to find that so that we can reset that breaker, do let me know in the comments below. Okay, Charlie, Synaptic counter 1. I like you, Charlie. I like you. Okay, so you got that stuff. Alright, so ICAS and info are checked, then the checklist forwards automatically. Next up is altimeters, and for that, let's just jump over here, have a look at the METAR, and we got 1012. So let's go ahead and set 1012, set here, and I've linked the right hand side. So altimeters 1012 set cross-check, center panel, so that's down here where we can put the auto brake to RTO. The nose wheel steering stays off at this time, and that thing is checked. Then we got the pedestal down here, not all that much to do. I'm just gonna turn up the volume of VHF 1 and VHF 2. Like that, and the intercom. Then flaps are up, spoilers are retracted, engine switches are off, and you can hear something as well. Like that. You're not flying for as long as I am, you can still hear those things at a lesser volume, and that's it. So, pedestal checked and side sticks checked. That is something interesting. On the flight control page, as long as the airplane is powered down, you can see that side stick symbol over here. And you can see that little blue dot in the middle. That's our side stick position on the relevant axis. So when it says side sticks checked, that's actually what we're doing at this point. Let's go full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, and neutral. And if you've watched especially closely, you will have noticed that when I went full up, it doesn't go to the end of the axis. Now this is something really interesting here. When you go on the aileron, it goes to the end. On the pitch, it doesn't. Why is that? That's because the A220 side stick has two different stops. It has a soft stop and a hard stop. If you just pull it to the soft stop, that is where the airplane gives you your normal operating range. For things like wind shear escape, terrain escape, and a couple more, you have a hard stop where you get especially strong elevator input. And in the real world, this is the soft stop, and if you'd pull it further, it would go into the hard stop. Synaptic only went to the soft stop with their simulation as far as I can see. Now, in my opinion, that makes sense, because it means that with your normal, or with your real-world joystick, you will only be able to go to the soft stop, which is the range for normal operations. So, that's what you got there on that symbol. Alright, and that's the side stick checked. With that, the pre-flight checklist is completed. Next is before start, so before we do that, we can now do all our things like the FMS preparation and so on. So for that, let's get our table out, with our little keyboard in here, even though that keyboard shouldn't be in this airplane. What do I mean with that? Now, the keyboard is basically only for the airplane integrated electronic flight bag. That'll be over here. Instead of that clip for some papers, you would have an EFB integrated in here. That's what that what that keyboard is for. You cannot use that keyboard to operate the FMS. So, since they didn't simulate the integrated EFB, that keyboard, technically speaking, not supposed to be in this airplane. Interesting little thing. And Simon J110, EPC1-J1, that's the circuit breaker we talked about earlier, is located in the electrical power center 1. It's in the equipment bay. Okay, well that is not simulated at this time, as far as I'm aware. So I'm afraid we'll have to live with that CB staying popped. I mean, not really much of a problem for us. It's just one battery charger. But, you know, would be interesting. And you can actually see it. Battery 1 voltage is lower than the battery 2 voltage at this time. That thing is draining. Gosh, what's going to happen when that thing is drained? I mean, right now we can see the batteries aren't doing anything. We can see that the external power and the APU generator are going all the way to the DC essential buses. So everything is powered from the APU and the external power. But this is an interesting thing. Well, if it's down to 26 volts already, we are going to run out of battery 1 on today's flight. Okay. That's going to be interesting. That's going to be really interesting. Okay. And Sleep Lantern stories. They could have done the full stop. Who the heck pulls the pitch all the way back under normal circumstances? Well, do this. Go to 95% of Flight Simulator streamers' videos and watch how they land an airplane. It's not gonna look like this, like it may with a real-world pilot. It's gonna look like this. You know, Flight Simulatorism. I think it's good that they didn't do the hard stop. Alright, now let's go down into the FMS and start with the FMS setup. First thing first here, by default the airplane uses the default Flight Simulator nav database. We are going to use the Navigraph database though. You can see I've already changed that in the past, but you can change it down here. And that has really nice animation. If you go to the menu down here, then you can go up here onto data, and then data load. Over here you can go on reload data and software, and over here you can change between the native Flight Simulator database and the Navigraph database. I'm just going to go to Navigraph here again just to show you that sequence. When you select Navigraph, it actually uplinks the data here. Like, how cool is that? I'm just happy that it's as quick as this is, because every time back in the day I've been flying the 737, every time we arrived on block and they came with a laptop to update the IRAC, we knew that would take at least 20 minutes. Because the computers were that slow on the 7.3. I hope that this is the real world speed, and therefore that this is not as much of a pain in the back for A220 pilots as it is for 737 pilots, but I think this is really cool animation, guys. Really, really cool animation. Alright, then let's return to the FMS screen over here, and let's actually start with a little bit of a setup. So we got a CS300, we got the Pratt & Whitney engines, Navigraph database, and that thing is actually up to date. Then we can go onto the position page. Over here we check for the correct FMS positions. We go down onto the IRS, make sure that all three are ticked as being used down here. Then on the GNSS, we make sure that both GNSS, so basically the GPS, but GNSS stands for Global Navigation Satellite System, so that includes not just GPS, but also things like the European equivalent, the Russian equivalent. I mean, not 100% sure if it's connected to the Russian equivalent, but most certainly the European ones, and that kind of stuff. And then we also have VOR DME updates, which are, interestingly enough, just available or just ticked off on VOR DME 1, and we can actually not tick the others. So that's kind of interesting, but because DME updating is normally the most accurate. And Techie 111, yeah, it absolutely says CS300, because the official type designator is still Bombardier CS300. Or it is Airbus 220 is only a marketing name. None of the official airplane documentations has Airbus 220 in there. It is, technically speaking, a Bombardier CS300. Alright, then let's go on to the next tab, to the flight plan. For that, we're going to start with a flight plan uplink, and we're just going to send a request over there. And that thing is going to uplink into the secondary flight plan, which, interestingly enough, the Airbuses I fly in the real world do as well. So, it's a thing, uplinking into the secondary. It's a thing. And typical Dutch, yeah, you're absolutely right. The type code is BCS3, not A220 or something. I wonder how many incorrectly locked on people will pop up on VATSIM when the plane releases. Alright. So we can see the origin and the destination have uplinked. The cruise altitude has as well. So let's get started up here with the flight number. For that, I'm just going to get our flight plan down here, just in order to make it a little bit easier. So, India Tango Yankee 744. Now, I showed you earlier in the electronic flight bag that you can assign a button to enable a keyboard input. Now, the way this works on the 220 is a little different, for example, from the A350. So, what you do over here is you click that button, and then you get that circle around the you get the circle around the pointer. In order to do a keyboard input, you hover the pointer over the field that you want to enter something, then you press the circle, or you enable the keyboard input, and then you can type some stuff in there. That's one way of inserting things. Then you insert it by left clicking. The other way of doing this is down here you got the scratch pad. It's a physical scratch pad in this airplane, not a digital one. So let's just see the next field. It's 1544 right now, so let's just say we'll go off block at 1600. Can also enter something in the scratch pad down here, and then you just go up here. You can see if something is in the scratch pad, you see that little square, that blue square on the pointer, and that way you can enter that over here now. That's the two ways you can use to enter something in the C-Series. And Stubborn, welcome as a, wow, 14-month business class member, wow. So, what's the verdict? Well, it's an exciting airplane. It's really an exciting airplane. I can say that much right now. More towards the end of the stream, it's okay with you. So, alternate airport, we got Lima Golf Papa Zulu, and the cruise all to get there is going to be flight level 150. Alright, then let's go ahead and continue with our departure. So, for the departures, this is what the menu looks like. We are going to depart from runway 25 today. Now let's see, we got the Pepix 9 Bravo. Now this is where things are gonna get a little interesting, because welcome to Rome. You can see that SID is not available here, because that is technically speaking a transition. So, what we gotta do is run over into the charts, and now let's do something typical Italian. I see the cat, mamma mia. So, first of all, let's find the Pepix 9 Bravo. That's gonna be runway SID transitions, you know, something to the south here. I mean, this is just, you know, annoying stuff. SID south out of overlay transitions. Yeah, that sounds like something we could start searching. Pepix 9 Bravo. Could also go with a 9 Alpha, but let's go with Bravo. So that thing leads us to Sosak. So you can pin this, and now departures runway 25. Let's find the Sosak transition. Not that one. Just gotta find the correct chart. In the real world, this is so much easier. You just enter the name in the selection menu, and that's it. And Airbus Magic, does it come with WAVN crashes? I know you mean that as, you know, as a little bit of joke here, but when I loaded the plane for the first time, I didn't have any time for a WASM load at all. You know, normally the simulator just takes ages when it loads and builds a WASM module. That didn't happen in the A220. I'm not sure if they even used the WASM technology at all. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Alright, so Sosak 9 Romeo, and then the Pepix transition. Let's see if we got that. So, Sosak 9 Romeo, and here we got the Pepix 9 Bravo. Honestly, I got no clue why the Italians are doing that, but... And typical Dutch, it's totally positive. My comment that it's an exciting airplane, totally positive. Really is. Alright, so, for the arrival, we'll take the on-off approach, runway 34, and we'll take the Beta X transition because we're arriving straight from Beta X. Okay, then let's go on done, and with that we've got... are we arriving straight at Beta X? Just to be 100% sure that I'm not entering nonsense here. Yes, we are. Okay, good. Alright, so we have that, I think we've pretty much done this page over here. It's still in secondary, so let's hit activate secondary, and now this is in the active flight plan. That's pretty important, and don't forget to execute this. You can enter average winds down there, you don't have to. Now, I'm not gonna do it, because on the next page we can just do the wind uplink. That's easier, isn't it? So here's our wind. Next up we got the fuel page, and for that let's just get our data from the load sheet straight away. So that's zero fuel weight of 49,841. Like this, and then we got the center of gravity, and that's 26.3. So, like that. Finally, for the block fuel, I think we had, we actually haven't loaded that yet. Alright, load aircraft. Here we go, 4,200. So that's 4,200, like this. And then let's just get the other fuel figures. Mostly taxi fuel here, 122. Like that, 5% reserves, looks good. And the number of passengers, 140. Now, funny little thing here, number of passengers. I got no idea what that airplane is using that for. Why is that? Well, in the A330 that I fly, you enter the number of passengers to tell the air conditioning system how much pack flow you want. And it tailors the demand from the packs exactly to the number of passengers you have on board. Plus the crew, of course. Well, in the A220 AFCOM there is nothing in there that this airplane would do the same. So nobody has any clue what that entry is about. You can't see it, but I'm kinda gesturing what the hell did the Canadians do there at the moment. Alright, let's execute that stuff, and then we're just gonna move over, again and do our takeoff calculations, because the takeoff calculations are where you are really gonna get the full swing of Airbus 220. Alright, so what are we doing here? We'll take the packs on, anti-ice off, thrust config auto, and flap setting 2. 2 is the normal takeoff setting. Let's hit calculate. Now, look at this. When we go on the performance page, you do have an entry for a flex temperature there. When you look at the takeoff calculator, you'll see that there is no bloody flex temperature there. So obviously, I ran to the developers, and I was like, what the hell are you doing? You're missing the most important entry. And they were like, no. This is correct. So, this airplane is on the market since about 2008. In other words, it's been a couple years that this thing is flying. Actually, 2008 was the first flight. I think Swiss adopted their first plane like 10 years ago, 10 or 11 years ago. Ever since, this thing has not been certified for a flex takeoff. In some countries. I believe there is like 1 or 2 where it is, but with most airlines, you're not going to use flex. Welcome to the A220. Where is the big fat experimental logo next to the doors? Alright, so here we are. We got a derated takeoff 2, and the speed's 25, 30, 35. So let's go up here, takeoff thrust, takeoff 2, climb thrust, we'll derate that to climb 2. The climb thrust is basically up to the pilot. You can decide on what you want to do there. No strict rules. Flap setting for takeoff 2, bleed source, engines, And noise abatement procedure, we are going to use procedure number 2 over here. So acceleration altitude 1000, 1000. Alright, like this. Okay, so we got that. Then let's enter the speeds. So that's going to be 125, 130, and 135, like that. And then you have the flap retraction speeds down here, and the green dot. And now we simply had set V speeds. Looking up here, the things have transferred, and that's it. There's our takeoff performance entered. Next up, we are going to run on to the climb page. Over here, we got to make sure to select the transition altitude. So let's just have a look at the departure chart once again. So we got... no, didn't mean to zoom this. We got 6,000 down there. So let's go down here, transition altitude 6,000. For some reason, it doesn't set this automatically. Like, I know this is available in modern databases, but hey, so be it. Another interesting thing, this airplane does not support cost index. And that is not a bug, that is a feature. So, how does that work? Basically, the airline gives you your target speeds on the flight plan, and then you enter those target speeds over here, and that's what you fly. No cost index. Like, seriously, Bombardier, you built a super modern airplane. You got all these fantastic things, like the best terrain awareness system in any airliner in here. And then you don't have cost index? Come on! But then again, that's the real world airplane. That doesn't have this, so obviously the simulation doesn't have it either. Just mentioning this. Alright, so there's that. Cruising altitude, optimum and maximum are all checked over there. And then on the cruise page, that's checked as well. And Lime Channel YouTube. So what if you want to speed up your flight? Why can't you just go to CI100? Well, you just type in whatever you want. If you want to fly faster, put it down here. The 275.78 is really just a suggestion. Alright, so we got that. Then let's move on to the route page. Now this one is a super intuitive page on the airplane. This is really a super intuitive page. Unfortunately, in the preview version I have, and this is already fixed for the release build, in the preview version, when I'm using this page and move the airplane, the frame rates go single digit. Again, this is already fixed in an internal build. That build has just not made it to the streamers yet. For that reason, since we are not going to be able to access this page in flight to keep our frame rates up, again, this is fixed for the release, we have to make sure that we cover everything, departure and arrival, right now. So, we're gonna start with our SID over there, and here's an interesting one. If you go to data, you can see it automatically includes the relevant charts for your departure in here. Unfortunately, since we're in Italy, it's of course only the first half of the SID over here that we get included, and this only comes from Navigraph. They can't do this with the Lido charts for some reason. But this is quite the nice feature, isn't it? Okay, so let's go ahead and check. We are going from Romeo 25 straight at Romeo Fox 726, which is an overfly waypoint. And we got that down here. We can see that by the full circle around the waypoint symbol. And that one has maximum 220 as a speed restriction. Then we fly to Romeo Fox 706, maximum 230, above 3000. And that is checked down there. Then we continue on the left turn to 703. And then we continue towards Sosak, above 3000. And we got that one down here as well. Now, quite the interesting feature. If we remove that discontinuity, we are just going to copy and paste Sosak up here. And then it asks us, which constraint do we want to take? Do we want to take that one from the SID, or that one from the SID transition? We're going to take the one from the SID, of course, or the more conservative one. But really interesting feature there. Now, from there we got Sosak, Charlie, Konat, and then we're in Papix already. Now we are going to remove Papix down here. So copy paste that. We're going to take the constraint. Then we got our airways, top of climb, top of descent. and all the stuff, and then we get to the arrival. For that, we are just gonna copy BEDX 1 and 2, and then over here, since there are no conflicting constraints, it's going to accept those. Alright, and then we got the arrival down here, which we are gonna leave unchanged. RMP 0.3 is already in there. That's perfect, and that's it. And Sleep Lantern Stories. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Cost NX is overrated. It's mostly an elegant way to save 2 minutes before ATC vectors them away again. Either that, or you fly to Frankfurt, you get onto the ground, your stand is still occupied, and the 3 tons you wasted during your long haul are suddenly gone again, because you're standing there, and just wait all that time away again, until your stand gets free again. So yeah, I do agree. Cost NX, you know, is a thing, but is that important? Probably not. Alright, so let's execute that change. Finally, we do have the fix page down here, and over here we are just gonna put in our departure airport with a 25-mile fix ring, like that. Done, thank you. Okay, finally, let's copy that flight plan to the secondary, and last but not least, we are going to cross-check the entire flight plan on the Via 2 page, and over here we can now see the entire flight plan that we have programmed in the airplane. So, going up here, we got Papix, direct INGUP, direct LATAM, Upper Lima 869 BEDX, and then we got the ANAV 34 arrival from BEDX, and the missed approach. And that's what we got over here. Well, that's really all we need. Let's just go over here and already pre-select the Via 2 page, and that's pretty much our FMS setup completed. So as you can see, it's pretty intuitive. You're basically just clicking yourself, from the database to the position, then you go over all those, check that the items are checked, go to the flight plan, do the uplink, fill out everything here, then you go here, then you go here, and well, you can go to ETP if you want to, but that's currently not simulated. Then you got the performance, where you once again go from the menu left to right, and then on the route you go left to right, and that's the FMS. It's a different design, but a very intuitive design. Once you get used to this, it's actually a pretty cool FMS to use. And as you can see, most of the items are actually simulated here. By the way, if you're wondering why I didn't fill out any of these, that's basically because the pilot I talked to told me, nah, nobody does that. Doesn't have an effect anyway. Interesting. But I heard this doesn't have an effect in the real plane a lot today. Alright, now that we've done this, let's hit the toga button. There is a little click spot on that screw here. Otherwise, you can always click the toga button down here. So let's hit that. Then we're also going to arm nav. We're going to arm VNAV. And finally, we go to the speed selector and we select V2 manually up here. So that's 135. Why are we doing this? We're doing this because we're now going back to FMS mode, and that's going to blank that page again. But if an engine fails on the takeoff, and if we need to target V2, you simply switch this over, and then you have V2 right down there, ready to be used. Cool thing, isn't it? Alright. Pretty useful as well. If we got the chart function over here, let me just go, somewhere. Just go data. Go here, airport. That's your airport chart. Cool, isn't it? Pretty intuitive. Pretty nice thing. I really like this. The overall way this airplane works is really fantastic. It's very well thought out. Even though, I gotta say, I've been looking at these fonts for a long time. They kinda look like Comic Sans to me. But it's been confirmed by real-world pilots that this is really the font they use. So, take it or leave it from there, guys. It needs a little getting used to. Absolutely does. The font looks strange when you look at it, but this is really what the airplane uses. A little bit strange, but hey, why not, huh? Alright then. We got that. So, let's go ahead and grab the ATIS and the IFR clearance, and then we can get ourselves ready to go. So, AGC. Atus, departure 121.85. Let's switch over to number 2. Here we go.
Airport. Information Juliet.
So we are using Say Intentions AI for this flight. They've done so many great advances that I just really want to show them off again. Obviously I am completely transparent here. They are a sponsor of this channel. But I just really want to show them off again.
Temperature 28, dew point 21. QNH 1012. Transition level 80. Advise on initial contact. You have information Juliet.
Alright, Atus Juliet. Then, what's our call sign again? Human Delivery Itaru 744, Information Juliet, request IFR clearance to Corfu. So we can use the scratch pad down here.
Itaru 744, cleared to Kirkira via the SOSAC 5 Alpha departure, runway 25, initial climb 4000, departure on 130.9er, squawk 2762.
Itaru 744 cleared to Corfu via the SOSAC 5 Alpha, runway 25, departure 1309er, squawk 2762. And ADC is silent, you guys say. I turn them up all the way.
Itaru 744, read back correct. Ground will be on 122.125.
122.125, Itaru 744. Okay, 122.125, and that's it. So, just a very quick check down here. We have a slightly different departure, but I am gonna keep that different departure, just because this one is more interesting. And ILD-VC, yeah, there is no ACAS simulated at this time. Okay, so I'm going to keep the departure. Runway 25, 130.9 of our departure frequency. Let me tune that over here. Just as a reminder.
Please do not hesitate to reach out to any member of our crew. Thank you for choosing to fly with us today.
Alright, and squawk 2762. So, here we go. Very good. So, that's our departure clearance. All in. Talked about the SID. That one is on me, but that is intentional. And that's it. So with that, we are ready to go. So let's go ahead and get our engine start clearance. Actually, it says departure briefing first, so why not quickly go for that? I am going to do it the Airbus style, so let's just go for that. Okay, we are going to depart from Rome Fiumicino on the SOSAC 9 Romeo, Pepix 9 Bravo, climbing to 5,000 feet, and the minimum safe altitude is basically 3,000 on our way out to the water. Extra fuel on time is not all that much today. If you look down here, we got an extra of 112 kilos, which is, I don't know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Not much, but all we are going to need since we got fantastic weather. Alright. So, for that departure, we are going to taxi out of runway 25 center. The only hotspot is... just headed up here. Okay, so taxi out, right, something like this. We've got one hotspot here, which is the difference between Bravo Alpha and Bravo Bravo. Just gotta make sure that we taxi to the correct taxiway there, and that we don't accidentally miss the runway end and taxi behind the runway. That thing here is not certified for takeoffs. Okay, then we've got... we've got a stop margin that's going to be more than long enough, and the engine out sits straight at 25 miles, climbing 4,000, radar vectors back, 1.6 in use, probably 1.6 right for the landing then. Our departure is nothing special, nothing non-standard, and I've got no threats over here. Alright, that's our briefing complete, so let's go ahead and get the start clearance. And while we're on that, let's tell GSX to prepare the airplane, please. Did you just See those displays flash? I told you, GSX is doing strange things with your external power, but let's remove them. Let's remove that thing, and that's it. Okay, so remove GPU, remove chocks. The doors are closed already, but obviously as good pilots we are going to verify that. Closed and armed, looks good. Itaru 744, request startup. For some reason, Sunny Tensions doesn't really get my accent on request startup when I say it the normal way, but...
Itaru 744, contact ramp on 119er.9er for startup clearance.
yeah, okay. We are with ground here, so normally ground would give us that clearance. I'm gonna keep it that way. Okay, let's close the flight deck door. And funny how you can see that that little power reset put the FMSs back onto the database screen. But, no panic, it's keeping your inputs. Okay, good. So, belts are on, beacon is on, and then we're good to go. So, before start checklist. Departure briefing completed, APU or external power on APU, park and brake set, before start checklist complete. Okay, ground from cockpit. So, please confirm that all doors and hatches are closed, ground equipment is removed, and we are clear to start the engines. All confirmed. Roger that, we're starting in sequence 2 then 1, commencing engine 2 now. So, engine 2 on. Let's start on this side here. Can nicely see the APU air inlet door up there. And now, don't be surprised that this engine start is taking a lot of time. About a minute and a half to 2 minutes. Now McQuency asks in the comments, have I ever eaten Ben & Jerry's ice? I have. Love the cookie dough. And Smolnex Max, hey Amy, maybe you could make a video that would cover how to practice in MSFS so that it is beneficial for the real world. Yeah, that sounds like an idea for a future video. Alright, here we go. Number 2 starting. You can hear that it's still spooling up. Oh god, Dread Zeppelin 7, that is fantastic. ETA Airways, it takes a while. I love it. I love it, man. Alright, we should have a good start in number 2 by now, and we do, so let's go ahead and start number 1. That one I'm going to show you from the inside. So we got N2 increasing first, it's going to go to about 12%, and then it's going to start motoring the engine. You can see that happening here. Now it's just motoring, nothing else yet. And I'll advise, we're going to talk about the cost index and the cruise later on. Alright, you can see the motoring takes a long time in this airplane. Really a long time. But we're just going to monitor it over here. And eventually, you know, after 45 seconds or so, the motoring is going to be over, like now. Now it's increasing N2 further. Now it's adding fuel, turning on the ignition, and you can see EGT rising. Now, the comment I got from the real-world 220 pilot that I talked with today was that the engine startup is pretty realistic, only the EGT takes a little long to increase. I mean, if you think about it, the moment that the fire ignites in the engine, obviously that thing is going to be hot straight away. So the EGT should probably rise a little faster, but apart from that, it's looking pretty good. One little thing I noticed here, have a look at the N1 when the starter goes out. So we're now going to about 18%, that's when the starter goes out. Now look at this. For some reason it jumps back down to 16.2. Not 100% sure what's happening there internally, but that's what's happening here. Alright, so we got 2 good starts, then let's go on with the before taxi checklist. So, APU, not required off. Then, NGI's cowl, auto, NGI's wing, auto, flaps. 2 flight controls. Well, let's go down here. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudder, full left, full right, and neutral. Okay, nozzle steering, on, and ICAS and info are all checked, and that's the before taxi checklist complete. Alright, here we go. Itaru 744, request taxi. We can already spill the table.
Itaru 744, contact ground on 122.125 for taxi instructions.
122.125, Itaru 744. Fuel ground, Itaru 744, request taxi. So, scratch pad is down here.
Arrow 744. Taxi to holding point runway 25 via Echo Foxtrot, Echo Delta, Echo Bravo, November Golf, November Bravo, Bravo Alpha.
Itaru 744, taxi to runway 25 via Echo Foxtrot, Echo Delta, Echo Bravo, November Golf, November Bravo, Bravo Alpha. Alright, so, where is it? Data. Oh. Oh, interesting. Since I have something in the scratch pad, it doesn't want to open the menu. That's interesting. Haven't seen it do that before. But yeah, it's a version 1.0, so we are going to use that chart down here. Okay, so via Echo Fox on to Echo Delta, Echo Bravo. So Echo Delta, Echo Bravo, November Golf, November, Bravo, Bravo Alpha.
Ryanair 7 Victor
So
Lima,
like
cross runway 7.
this. Alright.
Cross runway 7, Ryanair 7 Victor
That's
Lima.
all checked. Then let's go ahead and stow all those sunshades. By the way, yes, it is SOP to put them in place while you're parked on the ground. So we can put that away, we can put that away, and that one away, and finally that one away. Then taxi line onto white. Oh, here we go. Now we can select the charts. Alright, so airport chart, here it is. Now we have it on the display in front of us as well. Cool. Okay, so left side clear, right side clear, and the parking brake is off. Interesting switch, isn't it? So the airplane has such a high idle thrust that it starts moving right away with idle. Now, in the real world, the plane would accelerate to 30 knots and beyond. And then you would kind of, you know, let it accelerate, slow back down to 10. That way you can keep the brake temperature under control. In the simulator, it seems to lack a little bit of a taxi thrust here. So you can see it rolls absolutely fine in idle, and it's also kind of keeps the speed fine in idle, but if you really want to accelerate in a meaningful way, you still kind of have to use a little power here.
Remember, your seatbelt must be fastened whenever the seatbelt sign is illuminated. Return your seat backs and tray tables to the upright.
Alright.
And ensure your window blinds are open for takeoff and landing. Mobile phones and electronic devices must be...
And Jalen, yeah, I am probably going to go over the AI integration for GSX from Sane Intentions, but not right now because I want them to do a couple changes first.
Oxygen masks will drop automatically if needed. Pull the mask towards you, place it over your nose and mouth, and breathe normally. Secure your own mask before assisting others. Life vests are located under your seat.
Alright, so straight out.
Place it over your head and fasten the straps. Inflate it only
And then we'll go on to Echo Bravo in a few moments here. Well, via Echo Delta onto Echo Bravo. So it's going to be left here.
The nearest exit may be behind you.
And we can see why they've cleared us this way. Let's just go nice and slow.
If any electronic device becomes hot or shows signs of damage, please inform a crew member right away.
Okay, and then Echo Bravo is going to be to the right.
Please refer to the safety information card in your seat pocket. Thank you for your attention, and we wish you a pleasant flight.
And Matt, the PA is coming from Say Intentions AI. Alright, so onto Echo Bravo,
Taxi to parking via Delta Golf.
then
Delta
November
Echo
Golf,
Alpha.
Delta Golf, Delta Echo Alpha, Wiz Malta 8 Victor Quebec.
I really gotta say, the more I use it, the more I like the way that the avionics are set up in the 220. It's just really intuitive, really nice to use.
Ryanair 7 Victor Lima contact
Okay,
tower on
so
127.625.
left side is clear, and so is the right side.
Ryanair 7 Victor Lima.
So back down to 10. Told you the plane is accelerating and idle. Onto November Golf. And then we'll continue straight from November onto Bravo. Okay, the left side is clear, the right side is clear. Alright. And once we're on Bravo, we can start with the before takeoff checklist. And Scotty, yeah, you bet you can expect some Condor ops in the 757. But remember, Condor had 757 300s, and Bluebird is doing the 200 only, initially. Okay, so before takeoff checklist, APU bleed off, FMS. So down here everything is set and the speeds are shown. Trim, we need 3.9 units. And here we go, 3.9 units are set. Flaps 2 checked, anti-ice auto, auto brake RTO, ICAS and info checked, thrust, that's just checking up here that the N1 equals the calculated takeoff N1. And, well, we actually don't see that. Okay, but that is what you would do at this point. Oh, FMS fuel. We'll check that in a second. For now though, thrust checked, runway, well, we'll confirm that when we actually get there. Okay, so Bravo Alpha, second taxiway on the left, and then we're at the holding point. Now FMS fuel is probably because we have used up our taxi fuel here, so we are now roundabout down to minimum that we are allowed to have for our departure. But that's all good.
Contact tower on 127.625.
127.625, Itaru 744. Alright. 127.625. Fume Tower Itaru 744, ready for departure.
Itaru 744, Fiume Tower, runway 25, winds 160 at 9er, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 25, clear for takeoff, Itaru 744. Alright, so it's gonna map at a decent distance. Strobe lights, landing lights, cabin crew, prepare for departure. So, runway 25 confirmed, cabin ready, before takeoff checklist complete. Wrong button. Change the left side to the map. So, I took it a little bit too slow into the turn here. Okay, so the FMS fuel message is checked, all the other messages are checked, and I don't want anything amber for the takeoff, so I'm just gonna clear them away. Okay, cool. So, auto thrust armed, and with that we're ready to go. So, are you guys ready? Take off. Let's stabilize it at 55. Timing, and then we'll just push the levers all the way forward. Now you will see something interesting. The plane is initially just going to an intermediate thrust setting, and when we gain speed, it's gonna slowly go up to the target thrust setting for the takeoff. That's a feature, that's what the real plane is doing as well. And here we go, thrust set. 80 knots, checked. V1. Rotate. So, nice and smooth into the magenta bars, and that's our pitch target. Alright. We'll do a little bit of manual flight here. One thing you'll notice with this airplane is that the flight director is really just available in the bird view. It's not available in anything else. No conventional flight director on this one. So you kind of have to get used to that. Okay, so positive climb, gear up.
Italo 744, contact road departure on 130.9er.
130.9er, Italo 744. From departure, Itaru 744, passing 2000, climbing 5000. Okay, flap retraction. Only retracted into the setting when you reach the indication.
Climb flight level 100, turn left heading 190, direct Conant when able, then continue on course.
Climb flight level 100, left heading 190, Itaru 744. So this is where pilot monitoring would be handy. Okay, come on, give me heading mode. Here we go. So heading is on, flaps 1.
744, contact Rome radar on 132.525.
132.525, Itaru 744. And flaps up. Roma, buongiorno, Itaru 744, passing 3600, climbing flight level 100, heading 190. Okay, let's put that autopilot on.
Rome radar identified. Buonasera, Rome QNH 1019er, climb flight level 170.
Climbing flight level 170, Itaru 1, correction, 744. Set, 170 checked. That QNH, I don't quite believe that. Okay, so with that we're nicely on our way, and then let's go ahead and go for manual speed up to 250 because we are no longer on the SID, so those speed restrictions do not apply to us any longer. Here we go, speed 250, and then let's do the after takeoffs. So, after takeoff checklist, ICAS checked, and after takeoff checklist complete. If anything new would have come, that would have popped up over here. So that's that. Now, you guys asked how the airplane flies. Now, it is a very sensitive airplane to inputs. It's a very sensitive airplane. So when you do any sort of input, make it a very, very small one. And the plane reacts very well, as you've seen. You need to get used to the way to fly this. And for now, set standard. And standard is cross check, passing level 66 now. So you need to get used to the way that this airplane flies, but when you are, then it flies really, really well. Alright, let's see. Conant, I think that's what ATC asked us for earlier. Itaru 744 is able to proceed direct Conant. Clear direct Kona, Itaru 744. So, direct 2,
56 Charlie. When
direct,
ready, descend to
execute,
flight level 160.
nav available, nav, and FMS.
Flight level 160, Austrian 5.
Now the target should come up to 250 in a moment. Right here. Do we have constraint in at Conat? I don't think we do. Nope, we don't. So not 100% sure why it's starting 230 instead of 250 here. Maybe something wrong. But I can't tell you what that is for sure. Let's see, we're passing 100. Is it switching? No. That's interesting. So then we're gonna do that ourselves for now. So give me 275 knots, which is the normal climb speed.
We are pleased to inform you that the use of approved electronic
Okay, then, taxi light off, landing lights off, seatbelts auto, and that's the level 100 checks complete. Okay,
Pilot's discretion.
Descending to flight level 160, Swiss 2 Tango Victor.
so that's that. Now, interestingly enough, it's still targeting 230 managed. I'm not sure why, but I can't go to the route page now to check if there is any constraint left there because of the bug that I mentioned earlier. Again, that bug with the frame rates on the route page is fixed already, but that version didn't reach streamers just yet. What we can do is to go to the Via 2 page here, but yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I've done 3 or 4 test flights with this thing, and it never did this, but show effect. Something always has to happen. Fine. Then we're just gonna use manual speed.
Romeo Radar Center, Air France 17 Whiskey Alpha with you at flight level 350.
Air France 17 Whiskey Alpha identified.
Alright, so, we're nicely up and on the way, and,
744, climb flight level 240.
climbing flight level 240, Itaru 744. Set, 240 checked. So yeah, little word here, since we're already talking about the speed. The guy, the 220 pilot I talked to earlier today actually told me that the FMS speed in the real airplane is sometimes a little bit of a problem as well there. So the real airplane has that little tendency to give you a little sluggish speed control, and it's not certified to use for setting VREF. So on the approach later on, we got to actually go to manual speed. We cannot use FMS speed on the approach. Just a little thing from the real plane that I find funny to see, you know? You got this super modern, this super sleek looking airplane. I mean, this is 21st century stuff. But it's new stuff, and therefore might have issues. And with that, I'm not talking about the Synaptic, I'm talking about the real one. So that's fun thing. That's quite some funny stuff there. Now, McQuency, anything planned for a 10,000 subscriber, for a 100,000 subscriber special? Well, if I have something planned, I'm not gonna say it yet. And real life video is always a little bit of a problem. You know, I don't want to do 100,000 subs special and then the airline tells me to close the channel a day later. So that's always the problem with a real life special. Now, RSG Gaming, have I considered making a shared cockpit video with another creator? Considered, yes, but I'm often recording at times where people are just, you know, not online. And if I make something shared cockpit, it would have to be with a pilot who's operating on the same SOP that I am. So that's a bit of a thing. Alright, so if we just push the heading button in to synchronize it, the thing goes blank. And yeah, that's pretty much what I got there. I am climbing up in climb 2 D-rate, no need to change that. Now let's just get our cast back here. And as we can see, no messages on there any longer. And with that, we're up and on the way. Someone asked earlier about weather radar. Unfortunately, because of the super high detailed terrain map they have.
744, climb flight level 310.
Climbing flight level 310, tower 744. Set 310 checked. So due to the super high terrain map, and in the real plane you always have to have terrain up, you cannot use weather unless terrain is on in the real plane, both at the same time. Therefore terrain is basically always on. So due to that super high detailed terrain map they have, unfortunately they were not able to implement the default flight simulator weather radar.
941 Juliet, climb to flight
That's
level 240.
hopefully going to get updated in the future, but that's kind of what they told me this morning when I talked to them. And Nick Fishenden asks, what variants of the A220 are included? At the moment, just the 300. Alright, now let's just go ahead and... Oh, actually, before we go to the cabin, just an interesting comment here from Jack Wilkinson. I love how Synaptic implemented the box that the real aircraft has into the sim. Oh yeah, so do I. There's another interesting bug that I just want to show you that the real airplane has. When you enter an OAT, or let's say you enter 29 degrees, and then you try to enter a flex temperature that's, you know, up to 5 degrees higher, that's not gonna work. It's just going to swallow the input without giving you an error or anything. Because the lowest flex you can enter is 5 degrees above the actual OAT that you entered over here. Again, the real airplane does the same. You enter it here, you're wondering why is there nothing happening? Yeah, that's because the plane is just not telling you. You can absolutely see that this airplane is one that's not operating for too long yet in the real world, and that Bombardier and Airbus are still doing a lot of fixes to the real world airplane as well. And this shows in some parts of the plane. There are some that are super well thought out, but some others that are, you know, but there are some others that are a little, yeah, let's just say quirky. I think that's kind of the best term I can use there. Okay, so let's just go ahead and have another look into the cabin. And just because JWAD QFC 1357 Aster is at study level, well, it doesn't support failures, but the way that the developer himself calls it, it's basically kinda high fidelity, but in the normal SOP realm, if you can say it that way. So from
climb flight level 370.
Climb flight level 370, Tower 744. Is that 370 checked? So for everything that you are doing during a normal A to B flight, that's where the plane is really supposed to do everything that you could do in the real airplane. And McQuency, Sukhoi Sukajet is better anyway. Maybe. Bliat. I mean, I would love for a study level Sukajet, but until then, the best Suka we gotta have in the simulator, well, or in our lives, is those from the Russian car crash videos. Alright, different point. Boeing 737MA asks, I love you, man. Please tell us about the FPS. Is it good? Well, there are aircraft that have better frames, but it's not completely bad. It could use a couple optimizations still, but, you know, right now, I can see some micro-stutters while I'm looking around. Can kind of see that here. A couple of micro-stutters are there, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to, sort some of that out. Okay, so let's just go back to the cabin and see what that thing looks like from back here.
290 Alpha, identified.
So one funny thing there, you can actually change the color of the cabin lighting in the electronic flight bag. Okay, so let's just go ahead and take a seat somewhere. Let's go somewhere where we got a good view on the engines. Like, yeah, that's probably going to do. Here we go. Now, let's go ahead and eat something. We're gonna take that table down. And yeah, just look at this. I really love the way that the engine looks here. Now, it looks to me like there is some wing flex, but to be honest, I haven't really looked at it in too much of a detail yet. Sterdil, I thought you were flying through the northern lights, then realized it's the green sunshade. Yeah, that thing is really big. That thing is really big. Basically, it covers the entire window. Which is cool, but, you know. Let's just get some view like that.
Identified.
And it's a good looking airplane. What else did we expect from indie builds, honestly? But it really is a good looking airplane.
941 Juliet. Continue climb. Flight level 320. Up to flight level 320.
And Aviator 417, as an Xbox user, I'm itching to get planes like this and the A380 in the sim. This one is coming. This one is coming to Xbox. And Alexander, Leonardo just released the 2024 native version with a few updates and better textures for the MD-80. Yeah, I will probably be flying it. There's just far too much happening at the same time these days. And Felix, hasn't Bombardier left the A220 program, so is it up to Airbus to further develop the aircraft? I'm not 100% sure. I mean, as far as I know, Airbus owns like 51% of it, but that could have changed. That could have changed. Alright. Let's just go back in here and still that table again. And just have a look at the back of the cabin, because we haven't been there at all yet. Let's just see what that galley looks like, what the airplane looks like in the back there. And William Phillips asked earlier, where are we flying to? We're on our way to Gaia Simulations, brand new Corfu airport. Quick 1 hour flight here, across the Mediterranean. And Richard, no, I'm not too much of a fan of wing views during landing, because I'm flying the airplane. So, we're not passengers. Alright, so here's the aft galley. Tell me guys, I'm recognizing that coffee maker. Have you seen this one in any of the other IndyBuilds aircraft? I mean, I would absolutely not be surprised if they could take a coffee maker from an A350 and put it in here, because these things are interchangeable in the real world as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. But I just thought I recognized that thing. Apart from that, that is what it looks like. Toilets. And yes, you can shit with a perspective over here.
Out of flight level 340 for flight level 360.
It's just gonna bend your neck, but you know. So let's see, is that a study level toilet? Where's the flush? Here it is. No. No, it's not. You can open it, but you can't flush it. In other words, I think we got... Wait a second, did I just hear a flush? Let's try that again. It does flush when you close it. Huh. Now we just gotta try whether that works without bleed air. Alright, so that is there. Let's see, can we do anything else in here? Probably not, huh? Alright, doesn't matter. Interestingly enough, it looks like the fasten seatbelt sign is illuminated in here. While I'm fairly sure that we did turn it off.
01, descend to flight level 230.
Alright, so a little larger shithole over here.
Flight level 230.
I mean, that one here is pretty small, but that one? That might work for the Mile High Club.
Traffic 2 o'clock, 20
I mean,
miles, crossing right
yeah, if you
to
look at
left,
this.
regional jet at flight level 220.
Let's close this. Yeah, this one would work for the Mile High Club. In style. Oh, what did I do now?
Ryanair 290.
For some reason it just brought me right back to the flight deck.
Flight level 150.
Interesting.
Descending to flight level 150.
Okay,
29 Sierra Alpha.
Anyway, that's the aft galley. That's all we had to see over there. So let's just see for the front. Over here we just have emergency equipment. We do have curtains, you can use this. But is there a toilet over here? Yes, there is. But without a window. But with a mirror. I'd probably still prefer the aft toilet. Well designed, by the way. You can see how the toilet door blocks the flight deck door. Okay. So, nice looking cabin. Really nice looking cabin. Let's close that thing. And you might have seen the ICAS message about the flight deck door open earlier. So, here we are again.
Flight level 330, pilot's discretion.
Alright, so let's go ahead and take a seat again. So our rate of climb is really dropping right now. Let's switch over to constant Mach, 0.74. That way we should get a little bit of rate of climb back. Even though we are still in climb 2, so we could of course increase that. But I kind of see no reason to do it. Like, yeah, I know flight simmers love their performant aircraft and love getting to the top of climb quickly. But we're in the air for 21 minutes, probably going to take until we are like 26, 27 minutes in the air until we reach cruising level. With modern aircraft, that's quite normal. That's really quite normal because modern engines are usually running at low power settings and you are really trying to conserve them as much as possible. Engine maintenance is one of the most expensive things in aviation nowadays, so we are a little bit careful with that. Okay, so let's just have a look down here. Still targeting 230, that is so weird. But I don't want to go to the route page now. But I tell you what, let's just enter direct to INGAP again, maybe that clears the problem. What about the crossing? Over here we would have constraints, but there are none in there. But let's just fly direct.
744, contact for NDC radar on 136.65.
136.65, ATARU 744. DZ, buongiorno, Itaru 744, flight level 327, climbing 370.
Itaru 744, NDC radar identified. Good evening.
Alright, so these guys are dealt with, then
Red nose 3530.
let's just see, lots of questions that came in the meantime. So, JDCMP, what is the speed strategy? So, basically, we are aiming for 275.74 in the climb, 78 in the cruise.
744, traffic at your 12 o'clock, 4 miles, at flight level 330.737.
744, looking out.
Leaving flight level 370 for
Yeah,
flight
down
level
here.
330, Lufthansa 8.
But we're clear of them. That's not a problem. Okay, so that guy's no problem. Then, for the speed strategy, 275.74. In cruise, we're using 78. On the descent, we can do 78, 275. And that's pretty much all we are going to need.
Descending
Okay,
flight level 330,
Then, Eric, is it Say Intentions that supplies the runway advisory and awareness system? I'm actually using VRAS from Land 3 Simulations for that, because it is still a little bit more sophisticated than the RAS provided from Say Intentions. And Ovaro, is it touch screens in real life, or is it also using a tracker? Here's your tracker. No touch screens as far as I'm aware. But with a tracker down here, you can really do everything quickly and easily. And Jack, yeah, we are absolutely going to fly the return flight. That way we also have a night flight coming in. And Chaos, hi from Greece. What's your current favorite aircraft to fly in the sim? Now, to be completely honest, I'm not 100% sure. Gotta fly the A220 a little bit more, that's for sure. But I'm also loving the Fokkers. I'm of course loving my PMDGs, my Phoenixes. I don't think I have a favorite. There's just so many great ones. And Brock Chamberlain, yeah, I'm absolutely planning a type rating series for the A220. That is absolutely planned. Though I've got to be a little quick because I'm going to holidays in 3 days. Well, I'm saying holidays. No, I'm going to the Wacken Open Air.
Ryanair 4891, descend to flight level.
But I'm going to be away for a week, and I kind of hope that I'm going to be able to record all of that before I'm back, so that you guys can get those while I'm on holidays. And Somnium Band, hi Emmanuel, is it providing a great plane so far? Yeah, it is. Like, I really gotta say, there are a couple of quirks with it, but it's really doing what it's supposed to do, and it's doing that well. Obviously not completely bug-free, but then again...
744, contact Rome radar on 132.525.
132.525, Itaru 744.
Jordanian 11.
Roma, Buongiorno, Itaru 744, flight level 355, climbing 370. And Calvin, I'm using Say Intentions AI for the ATC.
0744, Rome radar identified. Good evening, climb flight level 370.
Climbing flight level 370, Itaru 744. And no, I'm not going to take my laptop to Wacken. Absolutely not. Charlie, where can you find the speeds in the OFP? Honestly, that really varies per OFP format. And let me see, up here, view flight plan. You know, up here you got the cruise speed. And for the climb and the descent, I don't think you even have them in here. Not in the Lufthansa layout. I'm sure airlines that are flying the 220 have their own solutions for that problem. And Maxo Days, no, I don't plan on making any real-life videos from the job. And Matt, yeah, you're absolutely right. 27 minutes to climb, passing at 350 is slow, but then again, half an hour to cruise level, absolutely realistic in many modern airliners.
Descend to flight level 370.
Descending flight level 370, red nose 3530.
And Stroker63, the system interface looks really similar to Embraer. Would the flows be similar as well? Honestly, I find it hard to put that in words. I mean, would the flows be similar? Well, in a certain way. By the way, we're entering cruise phase, and you can see the target speed from the FMS is now increased to 7.8. So let's go back to FMS speed management down there, and off we go. Also, I don't want to be bothered with the radios too much, so I'm just going to hand them over to my first officer, your ATC, and then we're going to bother with flying the airplane a little bit more. Also, top of the descent is already coming in at around 120 miles or so, we can slowly start focusing on the approach, but I'm just going to wait a little longer.
Level 330, Lufthansa 8 Alpha Juliet.
Level 330.
And Go Around Flaps Aviation asked, burger or hot dogs? Well, burgers for me. And flare bars, which bands do I want to see at Wacken? Well, I promise I'm not going to drift into that too much, but that's a question I have to ask. So, my shortlist is of course Ailstorm, Hämatom, In Flames, Powerwolf, Saxon, Sabaton, Judas Priest, Europe, Subway to Sally. Then we've got Love Bites, Chaos Bay, Beer McCreary, Black Label Society, Brunhilde, Dirty Shirt, Dritte Wahl. And I got another 20 on my shortlist that I still gotta check out. Loads of bands. Okay, anyway, let's go right back into flying this thing. And Hewart Lindsay asks if I can talk a bit about the speed trim system. Absolutely. So the 220 flies a little different than what you're used to from your typical Airbus. It flies pretty similar to a 777 or a 787. So basically, whenever you're in manual flight, you will see a blue bug over here. Let me just disconnect the autopilot and show you. So you see that little blue bug in the middle over there? That thing is basically your speed trim target. When you're at that speed, the nose is going to stay right where you put it. But when you're deviating from the speed, the plane is going to pitch to track that speed. The 220 pilot I talked to earlier described it as feels rather synthetic what the plane is doing in the real world, and yeah, it's really similar to the way that the 777 is flying.
Leaving for flight level 330, red nose 3530.
And Calvin, yes, I'm German. Ich bin Deutscher. So yeah, it's really just, you basically always try to keep the speed trim target close to the speed where you're at, but you gotta trim that manually. So when you're accelerating or decelerating, just, you know, keep trimming like once every couple seconds to keep the speed bug next to where you want it to be. And Aviator 417 just says in the comments, the only difference between the 777 and the 220 fly-by-wire is that the 220 shows the trim ref speed and the 777 does not. Is that correct? Yes, that's exactly correct. You don't need to trim for thrust changes, configuration changes and stuff like that. Just keep the trim reference speed where your actual speed is, and then the plane is going to be a super stable airplane to fly. By the way, it's also a super interesting one to look at. Just look at it like in this way. It's neat, isn't it? Also get that sunshade up over there as well. Really good looking plane if you ask me. They've done a lot right with that one. And the Death Lord 21, it's going to release next week. But the exact date is not 100%. The exact date is not 100% assured yet. And Matt, unfortunately CPDLC is still work in progress as far as I've understood it. It's not implemented yet.
Longship 50 Echo, climb to flight level 400. Flight level 400, longship.
And JWAT, the trim reference speed is always going to show in the real plane as well. And Matt Quincy, you're absolutely right, the 737 is absolutely stable when it is in trim. If you got smooth air in the 737, the thing just keeps going straight all the time. Rob Chamberlain, thank you very much for the 10 Schweizer Franken donation. Thank you for all the quality content you provide. I learned a lot thanks to you. Keep it up. Thank you very much, my friend. That's really, really appreciated. Really, really appreciated. And A-Wind, I totally feel you. As much as I do like the A220, this makes me even more hyped for the G600 as it seems to share a lot with the 220. Yeah, it does look pretty similar indeed. And Dora Flaps Aviation, can you do some Air Canada A220 ops once it releases? I can certainly think about it, yeah. And Flo Kala didn't picture you as a metalhead. Yeah, it's true, it's true. And Calvin Carches, I'm not going to do videos in German, but I will absolutely do a video where I explain the speed trim system of the airplane in detail. But it's going to be in English, because I want to keep my videos as accessible to everyone as possible.
Maintaining flight level 370.
Let me just quickly write that one down so that I don't forget it.
Tower 744, Brindisi Military Center identified. Good evening.
Alright, wrote that one down. And McQuincy, is the 737 also my first love?
Uniform contact
I mean, I'm honest, I've always been a little bit of an Airbus guy, but I did love the 737 when I flew it. And since the question is coming up in the comments, do I still fly the Unibuild A300? Well, obviously not as often, but I do still fly it from time to time, and I will have a flight with it coming up. I will have a video with it coming up, like, over the course of the next month or so.
Alpine 92 X-ray Quebec, continue climb to flight level 2.
And Wilma David, there are still some CRJ traits I spot here, the throttle, some of the FMA callouts, and etc. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, just look at the way that the displays are made up, where you can select things like the high nav aids, low nav aids, airways, terminal waypoints, intersections, ETA, speed, altitude. That's all, you know, range, altitude select, missed approach. That's absolutely a lot of leftovers from the CRJ. The VNAV is as well. Let's go ahead and start preparing the airplane for the approach to Corfu. And you can see down here, that's where it starts. Now, the real world A220 VNAV is absolutely shitty. Because it's not able to calculate an idle path descent or something. Basically, the plane doesn't have proper VNAV. All it has is you enter that 3-degree slope, or you can change that. You can make that a 2.5-degree slope, for example. The A220 pilot I talked to with earlier just told me that he would often change it to a 2.5-degree slope, because up at a high altitude the plane can descend at like 4 degrees, but when you get down to the low altitudes, it, you know, at 3 degrees it's barely able to maintain speed. So changing it to 2.5 makes it a bit more controllable. And Charlie, the FO does not have a tiller in this one. It is available optionally, but the FO tiller costs about as much as the heads-up display, so therefore many airlines are opting for the heads-up display, which, by the way, the Synaptic does not have in this version. I'm hoping they're going to add one in the future, but this one does not have a head-up display. So yeah, that's that. So, Aviator, why does the Ecam show climb 2 instead of cruise? Honestly, it's a good question. I'm not too sure how the electronic engine controls on the A220 work exactly, but I do believe that it just stays in the climb rating. I mean, can we change that? Thrust? Oh, look at that. It doesn't even have a cruise setting available. Just has takeoff, go around, max continuous, climb, climb 1, climb 2. Now obviously up at this altitude they're all going to be the same. That's to be expected in the real world as well. So we could change this to climb, of course, but then again let's just keep it on auto. And that's it. Up at this level they're basically all the same anyway, in the real world as well. Just worth pointing that out. Okay, so let's go for charts and find our destination airport here. So we'll need the ground chart, that one includes the parking chart. We are not going to need any of these stars because we're flying directly to Beta X from where we're going to start the RMP approach.
Would you like anything to drink or a snack while we're cruising?
No thanks, I'm good.
Whiskey Mike, continue climb to flight level 240.
So RMP 34, here it is. From Beta X via 602, 601 to Kilo Romeo 600, which is the final approach fixed. And then we got a 3-degree slope down. The approach is 5 degrees offset, down to the minimum of 770. And the go around then right in out via those
When you're ready to
waypoints.
begin your descent flight level 240. Cleared for the Bed X1 uniform arrival.
Okay, set. 240 reject. The alt path
Cleared
out.
for the B1 uniform arrival at Aero 744.
Typical Dutch, thank you so much for the €5 donation. You're my new Ailstorm BFF. Went to Zwarte Gras. Man, I'm really looking forward to see Ailstorm live again.
At Aero 744.
Alright, so we got that thing. So let's just go over to the plan over here. Then center that thing on.
Ryanair 3 Lima Kilo, good evening.
Here we go.
Ryanair 3 Lima Kilo, cancel speed restrictions, resume normal cruise.
Okay, so we got Beta X. Then we are going to waypoint 602 above 2900. Then we got 601 185 knots, 2900, 600, 185 knots, 1700, down to the runway, and the missed approach, we got Kilo Romeo 700, and 701, 230 knots, 702, 703, and Betex, and that is exactly the same thing that you have on the chart over here, so I'm totally happy just to check it this way, and that's it. So, done, thank you, and then we can already return to the map mode. Easy, isn't it? Really, really well designed. Okay, what's gonna be not as easy is the landing performance. So let's just go ahead and select, or rather synchronize. And we got the weather over here as well. Let's see if we can get the ATIS. So that's on 126355.
Luxair 873, when ready, descend and maintain flight level.
Alright, let's see if we can receive the ATIS here.
Temperature 25, QNH1011. Transition level 70. Cosmic response teams are on standby near the cargo area. Advise on initial contact, you have information X-ray. Yanis Kapodistries International Airport, information X-ray. 1820 Zulu. Arriving at
Soleil 89 Whiskey Mike, climb flight level 280.
Cab OK.
Flight level 270, flight level 280. Soleil 89 Whiskey Mike.
QNH1011. Transition level 70. Cosmic response teams are on standby near the cargo area. Advise on initial.
Okay, so ATIS is on board. 3-4 is active as expected, 260 at 7 giving us 0 headwind, 7 knots crosswind from the right. If you look at the approach chart, that means on that short final we are going to get the wind coming over the hills. So that's going to make it interesting. Shouldn't be too much of a problem, but just to expect a little turbulence down there. Alright, apart from that, QNH 1011, 25 degrees. You cannot pre-select the QNH in here. Like, if I change it right now, it goes straight away to the local QNH. So we just go back to standard over here. Then, now that we have the weather, let's go for the landing performance, and that's all looking correct. Landing weight, let's see, that should be somewhere here. Let's just do 52 tons. So, 52,000. That alert you just hear is 1 minute to the top of descent. We are already cleared to level 240.
0, Arrow 744.
Oh, and now we just got 170. Alright, here we go. And you'll see that the top of descent, or rather the VNAV path, is going to come in here momentarily, and then it's going to transition onto VNAV path when we start the descent. And Maxadace has asked if there is a reason why I'm not flying on VATSIM as much. Yeah, it's mostly that I'm not, that I'm usually not recording my videos in the evening hours when ATC is online. But often I get up, you know, at 6 AM, 7 AM, and that's when I start recording. And there is just no ATC online on VATSIM on these times. Alright, so, you see here's the VNAV path? And here we go. Transition into VNAV path. VNAV alt is armed. And down we go. Now look at that. The target speed has changed to 230 again. That is of course not what we're expecting. So let's just go over to 0.74 here. Call it 0.78. The speed is turning amber because you can see that the trend vector is going into the red.
We kindly ask everyone to return to your seats and stow your tables.
Why do we get an overspeed warning now? Like, we're not in the red yet. Probably just preemptive. Okay, and down we go. So, speed 275, there it is. Let's just change to 275 manually here. And there we go. Alright, easy. And then we're on the way down. So for the rest of our landing performance, VPilot is going to be 5 knots. And we are going to use flaps 4 for the landing, manual landing, medium auto brakes, reverses yes. That looks all good. Compute. 8,000 meters. Where's the bug? Oh, here's the bug. Yeah, we're at 52 tons, not 52,000 tons. Okay, let's do that again. Still. That's interesting. What's going on there? The pilot 5? Is that better? No. Yeah, that's a bug somewhere here. 52.0. Is that better now? No.
Emirates 95 center identified.
Okay, well that's interesting. There is a bug in here somewhere. Because that landing distance is obviously not correct. Well, I'm not 100% sure where that bug is. But I'm gonna talk to the Synaptic guys. I'll ask him about that. Obviously, that landing distance.
Descend altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1011.
Oh, that was early.
Descending to 5,000 feet, QNH 1011. Mid arrow 744.
Okay, set. So, set QNH. One 011 cross check, passing 30,300 now. Checked. Alright. So, flying a little faster than anticipated, but that's fine with me. And Maui, the release is going to be next week. Okay, I think we've done everything. Like, we can just set those V-speeds, and then we're done with all of our setup. And auto brake medium. So, one thing that my pilot friend told me is that the auto brakes low does almost nothing, medium is what they use most of the time, and high is rather strong. So medium is the setting that's used the most here. A little different to the typical Airbus that you guys are used to, but then again, remember this thing is only an Airbus by name, it's Bombardier by heart. And David Sim Racing, so what's my verdict for now? Well, for now, I'd say for an initial release, it's in a pretty good shape. There's a couple of things that they can improve still. I basically talked about all of them while we came across, but overall, I think we are definitely going to see a winner with this. And we don't know the official price yet. We know one leak that says $66. We don't know whether that is true or not. I don't think it has been confirmed by the developers, but if it would cost $66, I think it would absolutely be worth it. And Maui, I do think there will be a 2020 version as well. Alright, so we're descending. Let's go ahead and do the approach briefing, please. And that's going to start from the FO seat. So this is going to be RNAV approach runway 34 from BetaX, MSA 4,500 in the approach area, up to 8,000 in the go-around area, and we are going to fly this thing down to a minimum, which we haven't actually set yet, of 770, and extra fuel and time. This one's going to be interesting now.
Accelerate 73, continue descent to flight level 150.
So 920 kilos more than the minimum, if I interpret this one correctly. Let's just have a look. Fuel. Okay, it doesn't tell us in the air. Well, I guess 920 kilos is going to be, what, half an hour or so? At least I think so. Nope, let's get off that page. That causes performance problems in the preview version only. Already fixed for the release version. Okay, well, let's go right back over here. So the approach we're flying is going to be an RNAV approach. We'll fly that one fully managed, and we're going to do config 4 approach with auto rates medium to indicate the runway to the right hand side. Stop margin is probably going to be 100 or 200 meters, not much, so just got to make sure that we put the airplane down right on the marker. Apart from that, we've got no specials, nothing non-standard, and threats for the arrival. Terrain is a little bit of a threat on the way into Corfu, as well as the offset. Well, offset isn't a threat, but you know what I mean. up to 2,010 feet over the island, and then on the missed approach sector, 8,200 the MSA. So how are we going to mitigate against that threat? We'll be using the terrain display on the entire way in, and that's what we are going to do anyway. Alright, do you have any questions on the briefing? No? Okay, fantastic. So that's our approach briefing complete. And Valentin has asked in the chat, what's the next aircraft you would love to fly after the A330 in the real life? Oh, absolutely the A350. Absolutely. And Charlie, standard landing flap setting is 4, with 5 available for especially short runways, or steep approaches and that kind of stuff. The plane can do steep approaches, so London City is an option with this. Alright, I'm gonna leave the FO on the radios. She's doing a good job there, and that way we can focus on the approach itself. And GS Mini, I thought they were working on this add-on as a freeware. What happened? Well, they worked on it as a freeware initially, but they turned it so incredibly complex that it absolutely justifies the money. I mean, to get an airplane to a level of complexity like this is, honestly, that requires thousands of work hours. And you know, you simply can't you can't invest that much time just all out of your free time. You would have several full-time developers on this, or part-time developers who are going to work on it for like 5 or 6 years, which is what actually happened. So yeah.
Itaro 744, Kirkira approach identified. Good evening, cleared BedX transition. Expect the RNAV runway 34 approach into Kirkira. Verify information, Yankee.
Alright. RNAV 34 via BedX, that's exactly what we've planned. Alright then. So, descent and approach checklist. FMS is set. Minima. Forgot that one again.
Runway 34 approach into Kirkira. Itaro 744.
Talked about it in the briefing, forgot it still. I think it's 770. Come on, let me operate the chart. Yeah, 770. That looks good, and that's dialed in. Good. So, minima set, order rate medium, ICAS checked, arrival briefing complete, descent and approach checklist complete. Okay. So, passing 15,000, and the seatbelts are coming on, and then we can also start putting those sunshades away again. And that one as well. Thank you. Okay, looks good. And since the question comes in the chat, does it have crossbar flight directors? No, it only has the bird. That's how the real plane is. Now, Valentin, can you be a long-haul captain directly after being a long-haul first officer, or do you have to go to short-haul captain? Technically speaking, there is nothing against going on long-haul. And, you know, airlines like Emirates, Aerologic, they all do this. So, my company does not. They currently want people to gather some hours, and some sectors especially, as a captain on short haul before going back to long haul, but you know, both ways work. But I do see the benefit in going short haul for a couple of years before going back to long hauls, because, you know, with long hauls you do like 8 sectors a month, sometimes 10. In short haul you do that in a week, so Okay, so we're about to reach level 100. Let's start slowing down here. Looking for 250. Now here's the funny thing. Since the VNAV basically consists of a 3-degree glide, there is no deceleration segment built in. I'm actually forced to use the speed brakes here to lose that speed. Now the speed brakes in the 220 are interesting. You can see you got a full setting and you got a max setting. The max setting is only supposed to be used on the ground, and that's something that I do hope they are going to improve here. Yeah, shut up ATC, we are reducing already.
Ladies and gentlemen,
that's something that I hope they're gonna improve, because if I put my joystick all the way to max, they are just gonna go there. And those things are going to extend to max. But in the real world, in order to get them there, you have to lift the thing up. I hope that they're going to implement some sort of protection there with a future update, so that that thing becomes a little bit easier to use. Alright, here we are at 250, spoilers coming back in. And Duff Duck, where's the beacon? Well, the switch is right here. And yeah, you can see it here. I give you...
altitude 2,900 feet until established, cleared for the RNAV runway 34 approach via BedX.
Descend altitude 2900 feet until established. Cleared for the
So,
RNAV
2,900
runway
blue.
34 approach via BedX. It arrow 744.
Okay. So we're cleared for the on-off approach. Now it's simply a matter of flying along the standard predefined track. So that's all easy going. But yeah, as mentioned earlier, it's a very, very basic VNAV system. Just follows the standard glide. And you can see how... You can see what I meant earlier when I said that some pilots would actually just insert a 2.5 degrees slope in here rather than the standard 3. Because at low altitudes, with a 3-degree slope, you can see the airplane struggles to maintain the speed. Even in idle, has that tendency to gain a little speed there. And Matt, yeah, you would absolutely extend the flaps first in this airplane before taking the gear. The standard is flaps 2, so flaps 1, flaps 2, gear down, flaps 3, flaps 4. That's the standard config sequence. But yeah, look at that. At a 3-degree slope, let's see how it's gaining some speed there. Let's actually dial that back. I'm going to take the speed brakes out again. And now look at this. Even with full speed brakes, it's not decelerating too well. Like, the trend vector is about at 10 knots, so it's not too bad either. But you see, this plane is a little slippery. It's a little very slippery, actually. So let's go down to 185 straight away. Actually, we can just go... Tell you what we're going to do. Let's put the final speed in here. Oh, can't yet. Okay. That's fine, then we're just going to go to FMS here. You can see it's already targeting the flaps 1 speed. So let's just switch over. And here we go. Nicely slowing down. Looking good. Okay, so reaching the flaps 1 speed, flaps 1, speed checked, and now the target is going down to the F2 speed. But this is all with the speed brakes extended right now. As mentioned, very, very slippery plane. If you retract the speed brakes, you can see it's barely losing speed. So flaps 2, speed checked, flaps 2. Flight director mode change, that's because it reverted into VFPA, because we're now turning onto the final, so let's approach mode. Interesting, now it's saying that we're a bit above the path. Well, let's go on a 4-degree descent here, capture that path. We should have been in 2,900 by here, so let's just go gear down, not risk anything. 5 degrees, let's capture the glide path. And then we can go down to 1700 for our next altitude. Like that. Right, the path is coming alive. Let's fly right into this. Here you go. Path is coming. Alright, flaps 3. Just to force the engines to remain in idle.
120.855.
In the meantime, I think we forgot to turn on the landing lights. Here we go.
0.855.
And flaps 4.
0744.
Speed check, flaps 4. Alright. V path has captured.
It's Arrow 744. Good evening.
Should go to
runway 34 approach.
what's it called, VGP or something later on.
It's Arrow 744. Kerkera Tower. Roger. Continue approach, runway 34.
Alright, Garand altitude set, 4,000.
It's Arrow 744. After the departing act truck, runway 34. Winds 260 at 6. Clear to land.
Alright, we are clear to land. Let's also turn the logo light on.
It's Arrow 744.
Okay. So, nicely established on the final layer. And then let's do the landing checklist. So, altimeters, QNH 1011, flaps 4, indicating, cabin ready, before landing checklist complete. Okay, cool. So we got everything stabilized. Just a quick outside look here. I mean, this is nice, isn't it? Alright, and manual thrust. Flight directors off. And then let's align ourselves with the runway. Remember, it is a 5-degree offset approach. You can nicely see the runway right over here, and the puppy as well. Very smooth inputs, very small inputs on the stick, that is important. Then you can simply maintain the bird on the primary flight display on the 3 degrees, and that way you can easily fly a 3-degree approach. I'm using very small inputs on my side stick. Wish I could show you properly, but that would just destabilize the approach if I turned the camera now. Alright, overshot slightly, correcting. Thought the wind would have been a little stronger. Tracked. Continue. Checked. So let's keep it a nice 3-degree glide. Keep it on the trim speed, then it's also gonna fly fine. Very small corrections into all the directions, and then it's a very controllable airplane. Very smooth. Wind is coming from the left now, it's forecast to turn to the right. But let's see whether that's gonna happen. Might get some turbulence due to the hills on the left side there. Ooh, that's a little updraft here. Correcting. There was a bird right there, but I don't think we hit it.
Sierra X-ray, Quebec Tango X-ray, contact departure.
Right onto the marker.
Departure for Sierra X-ray, Quebec Tango X-ray.
This is not the runway where you flare for a smooth landing. This is the runway where you put the plane down. So, spoilers, reverse green, decel. And here's what Auto Brake 2 does. You can see, or rather Auto Brake medium. You can see it's really not comparable to the medium that you would know from the A320, for example. Alright, manual brakes. And with that, welcome to Corfu.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ioannis Kapodistrias International Airport.
Alright. That was a lovely approach. It's really so interesting to fly this plane.
Winds 290 at 11, runway 34, clear to land.
It's funny how they're already clearing the next one to land.
On behalf of your flight crew, thank you for flying with ITA.
Alright, so
The local time is
down to 10
8:27
knots.
p.m. If you have any upcoming connections, please
Fantastic runway textures, by the way. Gaia is doing an awesome job on that, are they?
Departs at 9:15 p.m. from Gate 5. And flight ITA 825 to Thessaloniki departs at 9:30 p.m. from Gate 6.
Okay. Look at the lovely shadows going through the cockpit as we are making the turn here.
Itero 744. Exit at Alpha 1 if able. Contact ground on 121.705.
Exit at Alpha 1 if able. Switching to ground on 121.705. Id Aero 744.
Alright. Let's just stop here for a second.
Aero 744. Good evening, cleared of runway. Ready to taxi to the gate.
So let's just get the taxi instructions here.
Itero 744, Kirkira ground. Taxi to Terminal Gate 7B via Alpha Charlie. Good day.
So 7 Bravo via Alpha Charlie. We have that on here.
Taxi to Terminal Gate 7 Bravo via Alpha Charlie. Id Aero 744.
Nope. Okay. Well, then we gotta use this one. Okay, 7 Bravo is up here. Alpha, Charlie, to the gate. Looks easy. Alright, cool. After landing checklist, please. So, flaps. 0. After landing checklist complete. Okay, I think that's to the left of the A320 Neo there. APU is already on. Then let's just make sure to turn APU bleed off. That's a bit of a thing in the 220. When you start the APU and keep the APU bleed on auto, it's just going to switch to APU bleed the moment the APU becomes available. But since the APU air intake is located behind the engines, the plane would ingest its own exhaust, and that can lead to funny smells in the cabin. Therefore, you only turn the APU bleed on, or rather you have to turn the bleed off until you're actually at the gate and parked. Alright, is there no ground crew here? Doesn't look like it. Come on. Where's the ground crew? Main apron. Oh, darn it, it only knows number 7, not 7 Bravo. Okay. Tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna switch over to that one, and you can see it's already cleared that AI traffic from the gate. So then we are gonna go into the wide body gate, but I rather have ground handling than that problem. So now at the low speeds we do of course need a bit of thrust to move around here. Right, so taxi light off. And once it has a bit of speed, gotta go into idle quickly. Okay. And stop, here we are. Come on, GSX. Rather do very good service than telling me about my parking. Okay, shutdown checklist. So, northward steering. Off. Left engine run switch. Off. APU or external power. We're on APU. Right engine run switch off. And now out of the checklist. APU bleed air on. Okay, slides disarmed. Well, let's see how that's gonna go. And then we have seatbelts off and beacon off, so I'm just gonna do those first. Seatbelts beacon, but what do we need to do for the slides? In the meantime, GSX, please start the deboarding. Yeah, shut up there. I know that I can park aircraft. The parking would have been even better if you knew our gate. Okay, well, looks like that's what it is right now. Let's go into the ground equipment here, and we can attach the chocks and ground power unit. And then they're still bringing the steps, so that's absolutely fine. So, GPU is coming on, and yeah, let's just say slides are disarmed. Then seatbelts off, and that's the shutdown checklist complete. Now, here's an interesting one. Flight control test required. Now, in some cases, the A220 is going to give you an ICAS message that says flight control test required. When that happens, you have to perform the test. Let me show you how. You go down on yes, then it tells you flight control test required. Hydraulic 2B, 3B, and PTU on. So that's up here, the 2B, 3B, and PTU. You put them on. Then flight control test complete. That's on the Synaptic pages. Ha, I did not say Synaptic. So on avionics, you go on to flight control down here. Then it performs the test, and when it says pass next to this, you can tick this off. And then it tells you it wants the pumps back on auto. Interesting, isn't it? Like, I have absolutely no idea why the plane might do that, but it's a thing. It's, I don't know, it's funny. I like that. Alright, and then we can say shutdown checklist complete. So the power off is next, but we are not going to do that. Oh, look at that. Now we get the slide disarm memo. That's good. And why do they keep the right slides armed? Okay, we got to work on that that slide arm logic. In any case, that's our flight. Now, you guys have asked, are we going to fly back? Yes, we absolutely are. But just want to switch over here into the outside view. I mean, just enjoy these views, huh? Marvelous looking airplane at a really cool airport in some fantastic lighting conditions. I really do like that. And bashing O, the man who taught me how to land an Airbus without smashing it onto the runway. Hello, Emperor. Nice one. Okay, so shall we start preparing the next flight? Our passengers are just about getting out over there. The deboarding is starting. And I think we can go right into SimBrief and start setting up for the next one. So first of all, let's just go ahead and have a look at the flight data. I'm going to switch over to Firefox here for a bit. So here we are. That's how I normally get my flight data. You can see that's the ITA Aero flight 744. Operated on all different types of planes. On the 23rd it was the A220-300. Now, today it was the 100, but you can kind of see how that goes. Now let's just go into that plane. And from there, we can see the next sector, and that's right over here. So that's the 745, and the block time is 1 hour and 35 minutes, as you can see. Alright, so let's go right down into SimBrief, and then let's go India Tango Yankee 745 from Charlie Fox Uniform to FCO. The plane is the BCS-3, and we can switch over to the Synaptic profile. Cruise profile 0.78 looks quite good. Alternate, we're not going to fly that far, we are going to take Naples. We'll keep the off-block time where it is, and then our registration is Echo India Hotel Uniform. Don't need any FIN number or weird stuff like that. For the call sign, it's actually 745, so there is no change in the call sign. Can keep that stuff, then just going down a bit. Passengers, let's take a full house right back, so 140 again. Departure, runway. Let's see, the Asus still has runway 34 in use, so that's the one we are going to use. So let's take 34, switch that, and arriving runways, let's see what they got over here. St. Tensions Adas, runway 16 left and right, looks good. And we are arriving on this side, so it's probably going to be 16 left. That's looking good. And that's pretty much it. So let's go ahead and calculate and compare. 1 hour and 33, that's pretty long. Let's see if we got a better route. Let's take the Eurocontrol suggested ones. Yeah, that's a good route, isn't it? Doesn't get much more direct than that. So, fix that SID. Tigra 2 Golf. Let's just have a look at those SIDs, just so that we know what we are selecting over there. And Line Channel asked in the comments, what is the fin number for? So, the fin number is something that a lot of airlines in the US are using. In Europe, you don't really see that. Alright, let's see. Tigra 2 November sounds good, doesn't it? But that's the wrong runway. Tigra 2 Foxtrot. That's the easy SID. Okay, so let's make sure we got that over here, so that we got a good flight plan. And then lap 3 alpha, that's the standard we're expecting over in Fiume. So that's all good. Scheduled block time an hour and 35, as per in the real world. And that's probably it. Calculate and compare. Saving 10 minutes compared to the standard SimReef route. See, that's why it's a very good idea to check the different available routes. 380 is the planned cruise level. That's all looking good. And then I'd say this is all looking good, so let's go ahead and generate that flight. Okay, here we are. Well, I'd say that's all looking fantastic. Well, no, that's not. That's at least 2 tons too much. So let's use manual 0 fuel weight 49,687. And we're not carrying 3.5 tons of cargo in this airplane. So, 49, well, I'll tell you what, let's do 5123. Why not? And recalculate. And hey, Captain Iceland Air, nice to see you in the comments. Alright, here we are. I think that's a good flight plan now. I think that's a very good flight plan. Alright, so let's just quickly go over it so that you guys are in the loop for our next sector. Starting down here, that's our route, and here you can see why the flight back is going to take like 10-11 minutes longer than the flight over. That's absolutely due to that jet stream over here. But overall we can see the weather is good. Airport weather for Fiumicino. Let's see, well, standard weather is fantastic. And we do have prop 40 tempo from 2000, and that's going to be our arrival time. Gust 25 down the runway. Tomorrow is going to be bad. Tomorrow they're going to see thunderstorms. But that's not going to be our problem today. Our outlet in Naples is fantastic. And then departure at 2010, arrival 3 minutes late. But not much we can do about that. The plane doesn't fly much faster than 0.78. And yeah, 380, fuel, down here basically 5 tons. I don't see any reason to take more than that with today's weather. So that's gonna be it. Alright, let's put that thing away. And then let's get right into preparing our plane for the departure again. Okay, so here we are. Well, let's go on my flight and import from SimReef. Here we go. Corfu to Fiumicino, that's looking fantastic. And then we can go ahead and reset the FMS down here. Flight plan. Let's remove the scratch pad, go for delete. Delete the origin, and with that our FMS is basically reset. And now we can do the flight plan uplink from SimReef. And then right into the secondary, and there is our flight plan. Activate, execute. And with that, we're now starting the setup for the way back. The only thing I don't know at this point... oh yeah, here it is. Reset all checklists. Fantastic. Alright, and now we can go right back into the checklists. And GWPH just gifted 5 channel memberships. Thank you, my friend. That's really appreciated. And welcome to all the 5 new members to the channel. Now, Christian Martin asked earlier, is the study level like PMDG and Phoenix or like INI builds? It's somewhere in between. Like for the normals, it's pretty much everything covered, but it doesn't have failures at the moment, even though it does have circuit breakers, for example. So, a little hybrid there. Alright, let me try something. If you go for GSX for the refueling, what's going to happen? The plane does not support a real-time refueling by default. You can see going down here into the load sheet, SimBrief import, there is no real-time refueling, but I want to see if we can do this with GSX. If not, I mean, we might very well not be able to, but we're going to find out. Okay, and we got those. Then let's also go ahead and get the cleaners. So, fuel truck, cleaning service. Thank you. And yeah. And A-Wind, we'll talk about the ground handling again when we get off for our departure. Alright, so pre-flight checklist. First flight of the day? No, it is not. And you can see that it automatically removes all the first flight of the day items. And now the checklist has become quite a bit shorter. So it's a very smart electronic checklist. So, airplane documents on board and checked. Operational engineering bulletins, OEBs checked. Emergency equipment checked. Gear pins on board. overhead panel. So, let's get up here. And the overhead is basically checked. Now, question to you guys. Do you want me to fly back from the first officer's seat? Or are we going to continue on the captain's seat? Put it in the comments below. Excited to see what you guys are going to say about that. And EP07, yeah, the EFB is similar to the A340's EFB. Alright, up here everything's checked, going down here, looking good, going over here, looking good, going over here, looking good. We are definitely going to keep the seatbelts off for the time being until the refueling has been completed. By the way, talking about refueling, are they here yet? Ah, interesting. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. Alright, and then the lights are all set. So, going over the main panel, up here, we can reset that chrono. Like this, and that's really it. The map is still set from our previous sector. The squawk machine can be reset. Now come on, here we are, 2000. Initial climb is of course gonna come... Oh wow, that's a lot of guys saying to fly from the FO seat. And one asking for the passenger seat. Okay, let's do FO. You guys asked for it, you guys are getting it. So, pilot, co-pilot. Here we are, on the FO seat, of the 220. I do believe you can actually select that down in the EFB as well, in the options. Let me just see. Where would that be? You're absolutely supposed to be in Unreal. Nope, doesn't look like it, but that's fine. Okay, well, here we go. Okay, cool, so let's continue. Overhead panel is checked, glacial panel is checked, displays are checked, ICAS and info are checked, altimeters, QNH 1011 is set and cross-checked. So, center panel is checked, pedestal. Down here, there's not really a lot for us to do right now. And look at that, we even have the captain on the left seat. I like it. Let's just get the sunshades up over here as well. Okay, so pedestal is checked and side stick. Let's just go over that real quick. So, Synaptic page, back control, pull up, pull down, pull left, pull right. Okay, and side stick checked, pre-flight checklist complete. And then we can go right down into the FMS. And Matt, yeah, this is my very first time even sitting on that seat in this airplane. I've done all my preparation from the captain's seat. So that's going to be interesting. By the way, not sure if you guys noticed, but did you notice how the EGT remained at like 250 degrees when we shut the engines down? And how it is very gradually decreasing right now? That's neat, isn't it? Alright, so let's go right back into the load sheet, and since the airplane did not refuel with GSX, we are going to do that manually. So let's take 5100 over here and load aircraft. Here we go, and then we can call GSX. Refueling is done, truck is still leaving, the cleaning crew is still doing their stuff. So let's wait for the cleaning crew to do their stuff, and then we can go for the boarding. Alright, so let's start with the setup. Position pay. Oh, hello. Yeah, there is the cleaning crew doing their stuff. But you're not supposed to bring the trash out through the flight deck, my friends. Oh god. And ILDVC, do you like flying in the States or in Europe more? Honestly, I like Europe more. In the States, I don't know, the ATC always has a little bit of a character. And, I just think Europe is easier. The procedures make more sense. Alright, so let's just get that, flight plan up here as well. Okay, so, flight number, that's gonna be India Tango Yankee 745. Our estimated time of departure, let's see, right now it's 17:48, so let's just call it 18:05. Like this. Alternate, Lima, India, Romeo, no, that was too quick. Lima, India, Romeo, November. Alternate cruise level, 170, like this. Now, departures, Corfu, runway 34, and we got the Tigra 2 Foxtrot departure. Here it is, Tigra 2 Fox, and done. And then let's go for the arrivals into Fiume. We've got the Lima Alpha Tango 2 Alpha. And the ILS Whiskey 16 left. And which transition is it? Well, let's find out. Route, Lex, Exama? Yeah, Exama. Alright, and done. Okay, so that's our route. Execute that. Now, let's uplink the winds. And go around Flaps Aviation. Canadian ATC, in my opinion, is better than US ATC because they have less of an attitude. I just put it like that. Like recently, I've been departing an airport in Florida, in the real world, and the controller was like, yeah, there is an area of moderate to severe precipitation, 20 miles in diameter, on your 2 o'clock. I'm like, yeah, we got that on the weather radar. And then he says, Roger, proceed direct to waypoint in the middle of that area. I tell him, no, that's not going to happen. Oh, but I told you about it, you need to do it now. No, I'm not flying into the middle of a cumulonimbus. You know, that type of stuff. And that's just, you know, that's just, in Canada that would not have happened. Let me put it that way. Alright, 50123. Center of gravity, let's get that from here, and that's 26.9. Like that. Block fuel 5100. Taxi fuel is 122. And number of passengers is 140. And talk about the number of passengers. By now, GSX should definitely have their cleaning completed. Yep, so let's request boarding. Yeah. Come on, go away. And you see that? When GSX is doing something with a plane, all of a sudden... Well, you're ready for pushback. No. You're ready for frickin' boarding. Did it do something to my doors? No, still open. Okay. Ah, GSX. Alright, so we got this stuff, we got this stuff, we got the fuel, and then let's go on to the performance and start with our takeoff calculations. So it's getting dark, let's go ahead and switch the charts over into dark mode, or the entire EFB into dark mode. Okay, then takeoff performance, synchronize and synchronize. I just love how easy this is. Okay, takeoff 1243137. So, takeoff 1, flaps 2. This time, since you guys complained that we would have taken too long to get to the cruise level last time, with like half an hour time in the climb, this time I'm gonna go full climb thrust. Just to show you guys how much of a difference that's going to make, since we're round about at the same weight. And Lime Channel YouTube, thanks for the stream tonight, always a banger. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so takeoff 1, full climb, APR armed, flaps 2, bleed source is gonna be, nope, on engines. Now, something about the settings you do down here, those are actually all monitored by the aircraft. So when you select, for example, Carol anti-ice on, but you don't switch it on, you are gonna get an ICAS message. When you select bleed source off, but you keep them on, you're gonna get an ICAS message warning you about that. So that's a really cool thing, really smart FMS. Okay, so we have the standard in there, then let's get the speeds, 243137. 124, 131, 137. Alright, and then noise abatement procedure is going to be number... Let's do number 1 over here, just for the fun of it. So acceleration in 3000 and thrust reduction in 1500. Alright, and then set V-speeds. We can also execute all those. Then on the climb panel we need the transition altitude, and for that we do need our airport charts as well. So let's go... Oh, that's interesting. Are the two EFBs completely separate then? They probably are, huh? Alright, so AGC, pin that. And then we also need our departure. Runway 34, Foxtrot departures. That should be it. And that is it. Okay, so transition altitude 5000. Like this. Execute. The speed schedule looks good. Actually, tell you what, let me change that to mimic the schedule we used on the last flight. So 0.74. Like this. Execute. Okay, so that is that. So now we got our climb panel set and the cruise panel is looking good with 0.8. Then let's go onto the route page and fix that. So after Tigra we proceed to Ectol. Well, let's first of all cross-check that SID. For that I'm just gonna cheat. Let's go into data, departure, Tigra to Foxtrot. Here we go. That's just making our life easy. So straight at 2DME Golf Alpha Romeo, got that. Maximum 210 in the turn, and that's over here. Then 248 to intercept 293 inbound to Tigra to cross above level 70, and that's pretty much exactly what we got down here. Okay, so that's looking good. Then we can copy and paste that LUT onto LUT, and we are of course going to accept the constraint. And all the rest down here is looking almost good. So Exama again, copy paste, and we are going to accept that constraint, execute, and finally for the fix info page, let's take Golf Alpha Romeo. Distance across is 5 miles. And then we've got fix number 1, so let's go to fix number 2. And that is Kilo Romeo Kilo, where we are going to pick up the holding. Alright, done. Thank you. Copy to secondary. And that's our engine outset. Straight at 5DME, right turn Kilo Romeo Kilo to pick up the hold. 4000 keeps us safe. Okay, good. So, via 2, on here we can check our flight plan to ensure that all of that matches the filed route. Then we got Tigra to Foxtrot to Tigra, direct Ectol, direct Thea, direct Cipro, direct Lima Alpha Tango 3 Alpha arrival. That's all looking correct. With that, our route is checked as well. Okay. So, that's pretty much everything entered. With that, our FMS setup is complete. So performance here and route. Normally in the real world I would of course use the Lex page on this side, but as mentioned earlier, the preview version that I'm using here has a little bug that kills the performance when the Lex page is active when the airplane starts moving. That's the reason why I'm not selecting the Lex page over here, but why I'm going to the VIA 2 page. That bug is already fixed, but that version hasn't made it to content creators yet. So just in case you're wondering why I'm using such a strange setup on my displays, that's the reason why. Okay. So with that, our setup is complete. Just the thing that I'm wondering about. We are sitting in the middle of the seat here. For the PFD, it looks like it's so much on this side. Like, when I'm looking in front, something like this would look, you know, normal to me. But when I'm looking down at the seat, that is definitely too far to the right. That's kind of interesting. I mean, we're gonna fly it this way, but something that I did notice here. Alright, cool. So we got that stuff, then let's go ahead and do our departure briefing, get the clearance, and then we're good to go. Actually, tell you what, probably gonna get the Atus just first over here.
The cargo area. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Charlie. Yanis Kapodistrias International Airport. Information, Charlie. 1950 Zulu. Arriving and departing runway 34. Wind calm. Cab OK. Temperature 23, dew point 12. QNH 1012. Transition level 70. Bird activity in vicinity of airport. Cosmic response teams are on standby near the cargo area. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Charlie.
Alright, Atus Charlie is on board. Then let's go ahead and call for IFR clearance. So that's on 121705, which is already active. Good. Kaikira ground, Itaro 745. Information Charlie, request IFR clearance to home. To home. Probably wouldn't do it like that, but... Right, messages, all tracked, done, thank you. That way it gets cleared from here as well.
Itaro 745 cleared to Fiume via the Tiger 2 Foxtrot departure. Runway 34, initial climb 4000, departure on 118.08, squawk 4224.
Itaro 745 is cleared to Fiumicino by the Tigra 2 Foxtrot departure, runway 34, climb 4000, departure 118.08, squawk 4224. Alright, 34, Tigra 2 Foxtrot, climbing 4000,
745, read back correct.
and 4224. Here we go, looking good. And then departure 118.08. Let's pre-select that here as a reminder.
Kalispera, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of ITI Airways and the entire crew, my name is Dimitrios Vassiliakis, and I would like to welcome you to Flight 745. We kindly ask that you take your seats.
I really love the customized announcements from Say Intentions. Alright, so they're done on there. Then let's go ahead and start our departure briefing. So we're departing from Corfu, runway 34, Tigra 2 Foxtrot departure, initial time 4000, MSA 4500, and extra fuel and time we have 1000 kilos.
120.855.
Now for our routing, we are taxiing runway 34 with a backtrack of the full runway. Whoa, that was some stutters here. The runway 34, backtrack full runway, and our departure has a stop margin of probably just a couple meters. Engine out, sit straight at 5 DME Golf Alpha Romeo. Right turn Kilo Romeo Kilo to pick up the holding, climbing 4000, and then we can come back for out of approach runway 34. We've got nothing special, we've got nothing non-standard, and threats, well, terrain, so we're using the terrain displays. But that's it. Any questions? No? Alright, fantastic. So that's our briefing completed. Well then, let's go ahead and prepare the airplane for pushback and departure. So, parking brake is set. And here we go. Looking good. Okay, before start checklist. Departure briefing completed. APU on. Seatbelts on. Ah, interesting. GSX did not close all the doors. Oh, no, not that one. Here we go. Interesting how the aft door has an effect on the sounds in the cockpit, but okay. Alright, anyway, beacon and parking brake to go. And look at that. You do a GSX action, it resets your FMS again. I mean, luckily we can just return to where we wanted, but you get why I'm not too happy with this. Okay, Kira ground, Itaro 745, request pushback and startup.
Itaro 745, push and start approved, face south.
Push and start approved, face south, Itaro 745. Okay, so parking brake is set before start checklist complete. Ground from cockpit. Pushback and startup approved, facing south, and we're ready to release the brakes. Roger, facing south, release parking brake. Parking brake released. Okay, starting the pushback, stand by for engine start. Actually, tell you what, you're clear to start both engines. Now let's just quickly select the co-pilot view here again so that our captain returns. Okay, so starting engines 2 and 1, and we'll commence engine 2 now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard ITA Airways flight 745 heading to Rome. Our estimated flight time is approximately 80 minutes. We kindly ask that you pay close attention to the upcoming safety demonstration, as it contains important information, even for our frequent flyers. Please fasten your seatbelts by inserting the metal tip at the bottom.
So one guy on final, and then that private jet in front of us. I hope that that is not going to result in too much of a delay there.
The upright position, and ensure window blinds are open for takeoff and landing. Mobile phones and electronic devices must be set to flight mode, and larger devices should...
And Guga Leal, what do I think about the Inibils A320 Neo for FS 2024? I think, honestly, for a default aircraft, I think it's really good.
Alpine 41 Echo Golf, taxi to holding point runway 34 via Charlie Alpha 1.
Secure your own mask before assisting others.
Taxi to holding point runway 34 via Charlie Alpha 1, Alpine 41 Echo Golf.
And Airdoc, are we going to come down to Australia with the 220 at some point? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. What's GSX doing here?
In case of evacuation, the all personnel follow instructions.
Okay, so that pushback is completed, set parking brakes.
Signs of damage, please inform a crew member.
Parking brake set.
Safety information card in your seat pocket contains all details. Thank you for your attention and for choosing to fly with us today.
Okay, kind of ready to remove that IFR clearance down here again. We have all of that set and checked. Alright, here's a good start on 2, starting 1. Alright, the citation is already backtracking. That's good. Then it shouldn't be too much of a delay for us. Alright, number 1 start in progress. That can take up to 2 minutes over here. And Tom0172, how good is it? Just joined. It's pretty good. Okay, darn it. EasyJet was faster than us. But I guess with that engine start, it's just taking so long. Oh, and we should obviously switch the transfer button over to our side over here. And then we can also press Toga and make sure that nav and VNAV are on.
120.855.
Alright, here we go. Number 2 is coming up.
Tower Alpine 41 Echo Golf.
And AirDoc HD, member for 12 months in the economy class. Wow. How do you go by flying all these different aircraft, other than Airbuses of course, and being able to be pretty close when it comes to the SOPs? Honestly, I do have an AFCOM available for pretty much all aircraft types I fly in the sim, and that's how I do it. And I can totally admit that I've sometimes got the AFCOM open in front of myself when I'm flying. Not when I'm streaming, that's when I always have YouTube open on my iPad to be able to read your comments and stuff. Okay, here we go. Before taxi checklist. APU. Off. Anti-ice auto. Anti-ice wing auto. Flaps. 2 selected. Flight controls. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral. Rudders. Full left. Full right. And neutral. Okay, checked. Nose steering on, and ICAS and info checked. Before taxi checklist complete. Itaro 745, request taxi. And Charlie, no, I do not always have the latest AFCOMs for everything.
Point runway 34 via Alpha, Alpha 1.
Taxi holding point 34 via Alpha, Alpha 1, Itaro 745. Alright, taxi light on, and parking brakes off. Let's go. So, the Alpine is backtracking, and once he's departed, we're gonna be next, so that is going rather well today. And IV, yeah, that ATC is definitely saying tensions. DJAR, no, the A220 does not have a dual cooling option like the A320neo does. Unfortunately, gotta say that. Would be nice if it did, but unfortunately it doesn't. Remember, even though it is called an Airbus, it really is a Bombardier, and Airbus have just bought the program. They are planning a major revisit of the SOPs in order to streamline it with other Airbus aircraft, but that too is not going to change the airplane's systems. Alright, then let's just stop it here, set the parking brake, and then let's just get started with the before takeoff checklist. No. Okay, so before takeoff checklist. APU bleed off, FMS set, trims. So we need 3.7 units. Oh, and that means we gotta do a little bit of trimming here. Again, it's kinda interesting that you do those procedures as a read and do procedure. But that's how it's done in the actual 220 as well. Okay, so trims set, flaps 2, anti-ice, auto brake, RTO, ICAS and info checked, thrust, so that 89.4 is looking good. Runway, definitely 34 confirmed, and cabin ready, before takeoff checklist complete. Alright, then we can already switch over to the large map. And I tell you honestly, I do not exactly need the VSD here, I'm gonna fly it this way. But we can use the VSD on the captain's side in case some of you want to see it. Here you go. Okay, so the Alpine seems to be in the turn bay back there. And look at the wonderful light. This is exactly what I was aiming for. And why I set the sim time the way I set it. Alright, the Alpine is rolling. And Yamo, the engine warm-up time is about a minute or so. Depends on how warm the engines are. After a turnaround it's a little longer. Okay, and here comes the Alpine. He made that first turn like really early. And DC to pits, why are we flying the right seat today? We flew the first seat on the captains, and you guys asked for it. That's why we're flying on the right seat. Itaru 745, request to backtrack runway 34.
Itaru 745, backtrack approved, runway 34.
Backtracking 34 approved, Itaru 745. Alright, brakes off, lights on. Except for the nose light. And off we go. So this is all with the engines in idle. As I mentioned earlier, the plane does have quite some power.
On runway 16.
That's checked.
1,400 meters remaining.
Alright, now that we're backtracking, let's add some power and make this quick. Matthias, I am using a separate tiller. I've just got the wind control tiller. You are still gonna get a review on that one. And that's what I'm using for my tiller controls now.
Caution, short runway. Short runway.
Yep, we know that. So, we can do up to 50 knots on a backtrack, and that is absolutely what we are. Well, I mean, it's 42, but we're absolutely going faster than 30 here. Itaru 745, ready for departure.
Itaru 745, contact tower on 120.855 for departure clearance.
120.855, Itaru 745. Alright, tell you what we're gonna do here. I'm gonna switch the comms over to the FO. Or rather to the captain. Kakira Tower, Itaru 745, ready for departure.
On runway 16.
That's checked.
Itaru 745, Kakira Tower, runway 34, winds calm, cleared for takeoff.
So let's see if he's gonna do the read back.
Cleared for takeoff.
Yeah.
Arrow 745.
Okay. Look at those lights, man.
On runway 3.
This is exactly the reason I set the time in the sim. Okay, so lights are on, auto thrust is armed, and then we're ready to go. Take off. So again, you can see how the airplane sets an intermediate setting, and then while we accelerate, it goes to the final takeoff power setting. $80 knots, checked. Rotate. That's interesting, the flaps are out. Positive climb, gear up. That was interesting. Probably a bug. Okay, but anyway, we're up and in the air. And again, look at this.
It's Arrow 745. Contact Kirkira departure on 118.08.
Contacting Kirkira departure on 118.08.
Just gonna love the way she flies. Really neat handling. As mentioned, you need very, very small stick inputs. Like, let me just show you that down here, like... Okay, obviously only the left stick moves. Okay, too bad. But again, very, very small stick inputs. It's a very responsive, very agile airplane.
Direct Kilo Romeo 34 Alpha.
So, level 100 set.
Climbing flight level 100, direct KR 34 Alpha. ID Arrow 745.
Alright, this time I am just going to fly the standard SID without going to heading. Let's see if we can avoid those problems we had earlier on. So since you guys have asked on the last flight, you can see the trim speed down here. You can see if I'm just keeping that trim speed. Ooh. Nope, not going to do that. I'm just keeping that trim speed near our actual airspeed. That makes the plane pretty easy to fly. So, flaps 1. Alright, now we can start a shallow turn here. And flaps up. Speed check, flaps up. Now, just a small demonstration. You need to be a little careful with the way that you handle the trim. If you press the trim for too long, it's just going to stop moving. That's a protection to... That's a protection against stabilizer trim runaways. So let me show you that real quick. But first, set standard. And standard is cross-check, passing flight level 55. Now. Okay, so let me show you that protection. Now I'm just going to click and hold the trim. And you can see now it just stops. I think it's 4 seconds. We can do that one again. You can see it just stops. The trim reference speed simply stays where it is. But overall, as you can see, very easy to fly precisely. You just really got to do very, very smooth inputs. But this is something that I notice with a lot of flight simmers. Many simmers just have that tendency to, you know, rape the side stick and use the side stick like some other sticks they're probably using. And, well, if you do that, obviously, you know, if I just do that for a second, here, that's what the plane is gonna do. And that was basically full stick inputs everywhere. So obviously that is not pretty. So just do very gentle, small inputs, and then you have a fantastic airplane that's really, really gentle to fly. Just beautiful. Okay, autopilot on, vertical speed. 2,000 to go. And we're approaching 1 to go, vertical speed 1,000. And Matthias is upgraded to business class membership. Thank you, my friend. Okay, beautiful. You can see the auto thrust is lagging behind a little bit. Like 10 knots too fast. Likewise, a couple knots too slow. That absolutely happened. Oh, that absolutely happens. That's also the reason why...
745, climb flight level 180.
Climbing flight level 180, ID Arrow 745.
180 blue, level change. So yeah, that sluggishness of the auto thrust is also the reason why the procedures require you to fly with VREV plus 5 minimum when you are using auto thrust for the landing. And Charlie, no, SOP for the descent is VNAV path mode. Alright, going through 100, lights are coming off, logo lighter also, and seatbelts auto. Alright, then we can do the after takeoff checklist, and that's ICAS checked, after takeoff checklist complete. I just love how the rest is automated. Now, something we forgot on our way out. That is the high altitude climb check when climbing above level 350. We can already do that now. Basically what it says is anti-ice wing off, but we actually have to do an operational check for the wing anti-ice on this airplane. So what you do is you turn it on, and then it has to stay on for 3 minutes without giving you any error. And you just have to do that on the first flight of the day. If the wing anti-ice comes on automatically, remember it's an automated system, if it comes automatically more than 3 consecutive times, then that counts as completed check as well. Okay, there is traffic down there, but I think we'll be able to outclimb him before he becomes a problem. And, by the way, now you can see the managed speed works perfectly, so I'm pretty sure the issue we had on the flight to get here was related to the...
Arrow 745, traffic at your 12 o'clock, 4 miles.
Yeah, got him.
500737.
At what altitude? I mean, we have him on the fish finder, so we have him visually. Apart from the fact that the simulator is just looking beautiful, can't see him. Okay, should be on our left already. I can't really see him, but... Interesting that we definitely saw him as a threat down there, turning red. But that must come with a resolution advisory, and we did not get one. So probably a little bug there. Okay, so slowly getting dark. Let's start exploring some of the lights here in the flight deck. So the main light controls are located over here. That's all the intake lights. Also have the annunciators, which you can turn to dim already. Then you do have reading lights down here. But what I'm looking for is something of background light for the main panel. I mean, that's got to be down here. Floodlights, huh? Yeah, that's it. So those are what I've been looking for. So let's just make sure the floodlights are all the way up. Like this. Alright. This is just...
Arrow 745, contact Athens Center on 131.33.
Contacting Athens Center on 131.33. It arrow
very good speed. 1,000 to go. And let's just go manual here.
Center is arrow 745. Good evening.
Just keep the engines up at thrust.
For flight level 180.
Arrow 745, Athens Center identified. Good evening. Climb flight level 260.
Okay, flight level 260, blue level change. Alright.
Athens Center, G807 with you, flight level 360.
Climbing flight level 260. Arrow 745.
Nice question. GPT17 Quebec asked in the comments, off topic, but do you miss the exterior camera on your flights in real life? Honestly, no.
Climb flight level 340.
Climbing flight level 340. It arrow 745.
340 blue. Oh man, this is such a nice scene out there. I mean, how perfect does that sunset look?
Good evening.
And I've seen a lot of sunsets from cockpits, but the simulator just keeps surprising me. Also, we've had our 3 minutes with the wing anti-ice, so that test is over, so let's put that thing back to auto. And now we've done that as well. Okay, so let's go for the checklist. High altitude climb check when climbing above level 350, anti-ice wing, off.
8 Hotel Echo, contact Tirana Control on
Off,
127.5.
avoid icing conditions. Okay, and that's the high altitude climb check complete. Now, just a small comment on that. I'm doing it very, very early in the procedure. We are not really required to... We're not really required to keep the or to do it down here. You can do it further up at altitude. Now it's set avoid icing conditions. But remember, above level 350, the ICAO standard temperature is minus 53 degrees. Below minus 40, you do basically not have icing conditions any longer at all. So therefore, it says avoid icing conditions, but as long as the SAT is minus 40 or less, you can fly through clouds as much as you want. It's not icing conditions. And DPWH, member for 25 months in the business class. Wow, time flies when you're having fun. Absolutely. Now, Spotter Sim, is the weather radar operational? No, unfortunately not. So the thing with the weather radar is, in order to have this super high detailed terrain display, they could not use the standard simulator nav display functions. They had to use their own custom, completely custom nav display. And that is unfortunately incompatible with the weather radar API that the simulator provides. Now that is something that they do want to work on for future updates, but can't promise it, at least for the initial release. Hopefully with later updates. I really hope so. Okay, so we've just passed Tigra. The next waypoint, 182 miles away. So for now, all easy. But let's just go back to the cabin once again. And I told you earlier that you can change the tone of the lighting. So that's under ground equipment, cabin color. Let's just switch that to blue over here. And let's have a look at what that looks like. So, look at that. Completely different color tone. And honestly, I think this looks amazing. If we just take a seat over here, look at this. You can slowly see the shadow of the Earth rising here. That's also called night, by the way, the Earth's shadow. But that's just... Here we go, the southern tip of Italy is already approaching. I mean, look at this, man. Let's just go a little closer to the engines. I think this seat here is looking very good. Look at this. Really beautiful, isn't it? And SimPilot Ben just joined in. What are your thoughts? So, my main thought here is that we're getting a fantastic airplane. From what I'm seeing, Synaptic have done a superb job on the systems. It's obviously not completely perfect. It is a version 1.0. There are bugs, but nothing significant. Like on the way over, we got stuck with a managed speed at 230 in both the climb and the descent, but you know, go to selected speed, fly that way. Not much of a problem.
Arrow 745, Brindisi Center identified. Good evening, climb flight level 380.
Alright, that was our climb clearance to cruise level. So let's just quickly go back up front. Again, take in those lines. How beautiful does that look? Any builds really know how to model cabins. I mean, this is...
Arrow 745.
Oh, I didn't know I turned women. Right, set. 380 checked. Now, would you look at that? How cool is that? We can make that better. What if we go closer and zoom out a bit? Yeah, look at this, man. Look at this. How cool is that? Maybe zoom in a little more? Something like that? I mean, this is so amazing. This is so amazing. Beautiful cockpit. Let's close that, then let's just change those seats again. It's a bit of a pity that the sim doesn't remember that stuff properly, but you can see now we got the captain's model back. Now we can take a seat on the FO side again. So we got about an hour until we land. I'm wondering how the plane is, or how the night lighting is going to look like. But I think this is really promising. Let's already put those sunshades down. The one thing I'm missing here is the heads-up display. But I really do hope that that is going to be added later on. And I don't know, when I'm looking up front, I just need to sit a little bit further to the right. Like, this is much better. Also, look at how we are climbing much, much quicker than we were on the previous flight, because we're using full climb thrust right now, rather than the D-rated 2. Now, in the real world, I just go D-rate 2, doesn't matter. Unless there is an operational reason, of course. But I get why you guys want to climb a bit faster. We're not used to this. We're not used to this. So, reaching level 300 within 17 minutes. So, just looking through the comments a little bit more, if you guys got questions, now's the good time for it. Because we have a little bit of time available now. And, let me just do something like this over here. Like, that's really cool perspective, is it not? So, just looking down, so Charlie found out that entering the passenger number actually tells the so-called IASC system to regulate the airflow based on the passenger number. That's interesting. When I talked to an A220 pilot earlier today, he said that was not happening, but that guy is now flying another aircraft for a few years, so maybe it's something that Bombardier/Airbus have added in the meantime. Maybe it just wasn't there by the time he flew the aircraft, because he mostly flew it when it came freshly out and entered service. Now, SimPilot Ben, would this be quite simple to learn from flying the A320 family? I mean, it's an airliner, it kinda does the same things, but it's not an Airbus in terms of Airbus logic. It's just an Airbus because of the name, and because Airbus bought the program. It has a table, so yeah, it probably is an Airbus, but, you know, easy to learn is always... I mean, yeah, for me, I got it yesterday evening at like 11 PM, and you can see to what level I'm flying it now. Would I say that I have mastered it? Absolutely not yet. But I would absolutely say that it was easy to learn for me. It took like 6 attempts at flights to get where I am with it now, and the first 4 of them were just pre-flight procedure, close the simulator, restart it, pre-flight procedure, and so on.
With Air 8 Mike Whiskey, flight level 200, descending flight level 160.
So, Aviator 417, what do you think of the sounds in the Inibuild A330? I recently flew on the Butter Queen from Tampa to Heathrow in real life and back, and the gears are very loud. Yeah, in the cockpit you don't hear the gears, at least not the main gears. You do obviously hear it when the nose gear is going over lights and stuff like that. But in the flight deck it sounds completely different than it does in the cabin. And I think it is okay, could be better, of course, but seeing the context that the Inibuild 330 is a default aircraft in the sim, I really think it's pretty good for that. Now, AirDoc HD, where did you find the FCOM for the 220? I'm afraid I can't really say that for reasons. You know what I mean. That's something that you just don't talk about. And Mr. Shorts, when will you be posting A220 tutorials? Probably by the time that it releases. And Dilankiani, just flew the A350 into Lima, one of the most beautiful approaches I've done in a while. I believe so.
Golf with you at flight level 360.
Now, GPT G7Q. Is Cat 3 Autoland available if yokes or aileron get inoperative in any airliner? Well, at least in an Airbus, I would say yes. Because in the Airbus you completely disconnect the side stick from the flight control computers, respectively from the prims, and therefore an inoperative side stick shouldn't have any effect. In Boeing aircraft that is different. In the 737, definitely not. I'm not 100% sure about the 777 or the 787. Maybe it's different in them. But for 737, absolutely not. And Polska Aviation, regional hopping will now be a lot more fun. I do agree. Now, Harrod Official, how many mod planes do I have? Wow, many. Many. Honestly, I never counted, but in terms of aircraft, probably all that you can consider halfway serious and better. Now, Charlie, do I use an ANR headset on the A330? Yeah, I absolutely do. I use the Bose A220. Our company actually provides them to us. And Stuart Lindsay, would you be doing a delivery day flight on release day? That sounds like a fantastic idea. I'm gonna check that out. Like, I checked earlier today whether there is any add-on scenery available for Montreal Mirabel, but I couldn't find any. If you guys know any scenery for the factory, then I would absolutely love to have that available. And Simbala Ben, hope to see a high-fidelity A330 being made soon. Me too, my friend. Me too. You would see me fly that thing up and down. And IV230, I really wonder if India contracted by Microsoft and Servo not to make a premium A330. I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think if there is a problem, contractual-wise, then it would be that they developed the A330 for Microsoft Servo and may, we don't know, but may have sold the rights to that airplane to them. And therefore could have licensing issues. On the other hand side, the Inibuild A340 absolutely reused code from their A330, and that worked, so I don't think that that's a problem. What I do think could be an issue, however, is how much of a customer base may be available for an Inibuild A330 Premium. I mean, surely some, especially with the EIS-1 version that they have the code base for from the A340, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see an INI 330 at some point, but I think it would by far not sell as well as their A340 did, let alone the 350 and 220, just because their default A330 is quite good. And for the majority of flight simmers, say 90% minimum, probably more, the default A330 does everything they would want an add-on 330 to do. Now, John Gray, am I going to revisit X-Plane 12 sometime in the future? Well, I'm not gonna say no, but I find it rather unlikely. To be honest, with X-Plane, the thing is, every time I tried to use it, that was like 2 or 3 times, I've always been tweaking and tweaking just to get it to look halfway decent and run halfway decent for days on an end. And then it still was a very unstable platform. It still did by far not look as good at Microsoft Flight Simulator. Then add-on aircraft for X-Plane are so incredibly expensive. And I would have to buy all add-ons over again. And honestly, even with a good number of add-ons installed, X-Plane does by far not reach the level of quality that you have in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, the physics are a little better, there is no doubt about it, but let's be honest, we're sitting here with home Flight Simulator hardware, and I have a Mozart force feedback yoke by now. I'm gonna do a review about that thing very soon. And I can tell you it's an amazing yoke. It really feels very, very close to real-world aircraft from the way it handles. But regardless whether I try it with MSFS or with X-Plane, neither feels, you know, exactly as a real airplane. And then I'm thinking, okay, X-Plane maybe a little closer, but you know, a little advantage in the physics compared to the major advantages in scenery, in add-on availability, in graphics from Microsoft, and I don't see much of a reason to go for X-Plane any longer. That's just my take here. And Felix, excellent question. Emmanuel, a bit off topic, but I'm curious to know, how do you manage to cope with people hating on you? I've seen way too many inappropriate tweets and comments on Reddit and so on. Honestly, I don't really care about it. Like, I know what I'm doing. I know that I am a pilot, regardless how many Reddit comments say that I'm not. I know that I can fly an airplane, and I know that I'm apparently doing well enough that no airline has ever, you know, given me any reprimand or anything. So I can't be too bad at it. And honestly, I'm just having fun running the channel. And if some idiots on the internet think that they must comment in whatever way they need to, well, I accept that the authorities are not able or not willing to go after all of those, what's the English word? Straftaten? All of those felonies that people are committing on the internet, you know, with the stuff they're saying and so on. I don't care about that stuff. Let the people hate. It just shows that apparently I'm doing something well enough, that enough people like it, that those haters get their attention drawn to my channel as well. So, you know, the more haters you get, the more you know that you're also doing something right, because in order for people to become a hater, they have to, first of all, be willing to you know, expand that energy to do their things. So yeah, apparently I'm not doing too much stuff wrong, because the channel is constantly growing. It's approaching 100,000 subs. And yeah, there's always hate on the internet. I mean, look at PMDG. They're creating absolutely awesome add-ons. Of course not perfect, but absolutely awesome add-ons that are used by Boeing for real-world pilot training. And then the internet goes mad on them. You know, that tells me all I need to know. If they go mad at me, and if I'm doing just partially as well as PMDG is doing with their add-ons, then I know that I'm not doing many things wrong here.
Level 280, Volunteer 2 Golf Echo.
Okay, so very interesting question from Halo4656. Bit of an off-topic question. What do you do if you go below minimum takeoff fuel due to a long taxi time or something like that? Okay, so basically just go ahead and refuel. Like, there are of course several options. Like, I've recently had one of those flights where we had a much longer taxi time than anticipated, and we didn't load extra fuel because we didn't expect those delays. Apparently somebody lost a tire on a runway, the runway got closed, something like that, you know? Perfect weather, United States, where else? You request taxi and you're number 20 for the departure. Okay, used up a bit of fuel. So, what you can always do, if you've got an en route alternate, which, you know, we always have on the long hauls, take off, fly, And if you do not have the required fuel to reach the destination legally, then land at the en route alternate or another appropriate airport en route, refuel, continue to the destination. On short haul that's different. Like if you got a 50-minute flight and you go below minimum takeoff fuel, you know, technically speaking, as soon as you're off block, and you must go below the minimum takeoff fuel after you went off block. If you're still on block, you must refuel. But once you're off block, you can technically commit to landing at the destination if a safe landing at the destination is assured. Now the law only says a safe landing has to be assured. The law doesn't say how that landing has to be assured. In my previous company we had a rule that you have to have at least 2 runways and good weather and so on. In my current airline they just say we do all the pilot screening, we select and train you guys to make that decision. So we're not going to give you any hard rules at hand here. You do what you deem is appropriate. So airmanship is what decides it in my current company. And, you know, when I'm flying home to Frankfurt, heck, that thing has 4 runways. And even if Frankfurt closes completely, there's Wiesbaden Air Base right next to it that you can land on. So as long as the weather is good, you can always commit to landing at Frankfurt. If 25 left closes, you land on 25 right. If that closes, you land on 25 center. And if that also closes, and you can really not land, not even if you go to the final reserves and therefore become a Mayday aircraft. Heck, then there's Wiesbaden Air Base right next to it. So, you see what I'm saying here. Especially in the long-haul operations, we do not fly... I think we fly to 2 or 3 airports that are single runway ops. Okay, for those you gotta consider your options. But all the others that have 2 or more runways, if the weather is good, you know, can always commit to landing at destination and use the alternate fuel to get to the destination. You just need to have a valid plan B, and the valid plan B can absolutely be another runway at that destination airport. And yeah, IB220, exactly, so golden rule, don't be reckless. Absolutely. Now, Robert Faber, have I ever landed in Toronto? I did. And AirDog, have I ever diverted? Yeah. Charlie, when is a destination alternate needed? So, according EASA rules, a destination alternate is always needed if you are not flying to an isolated aerodrome. An example for an isolated aerodrome could be the Maldives. But the Maldives have alternate airports in... I have no idea how to pronounce it. It's that Tivu whatever airport in India. You know, that's an hour and 15-minute flight time from the Maldives. If you went for the isolated aerodrome procedures, you would have to take 2 hours extra fuel for the time that you reach your destination. So it's easier just to take that alternate in India. But it would be an example of an isolated aerodrome where you could apply that procedure. If southern India is in bad weather, then you might use the isolated aerodrome procedure in the Maldives. Even though my company does not allow that. So we do not use the isolated aerodrome procedure at all. And yeah, apart from that, an alternate is always required. And if the destination weather is forecast to be below the minimum weather to enable a landing, at the time you reach the destination, then 2 destination alternates are required.
Good evening.
Christian, have I ever been in Brindisi? I think maybe once. And DJR, yes, the Synaptic 220 has time acceleration, up to 4x. And Aviator, that Tiru that you completely wrote there is exactly the airport I mean. Trivandrum, yeah, that's probably a good way to call it. And SimPilot Ben, what are typical destinations that I'm flying to? I can't give them all away, because that would make it, you know, very obvious to identify the company. But, I see Las Vegas a lot. I would wish to see Mauritius a little bit more, as well as the Maldives, obviously. I see Punta Cana a lot.
Air Cairo 3778, flight level 360.
And AirDoc HD, is there a way to reliably find realistic alternates in ETOPS airports? At least for ETOPS, for the North Atlantic, I actually did a tutorial video there where I go over all the different airports that are available. For alternates, you can try the website ADGLA. That's Echo Delta India minus Golf Lima Alpha.co.uk. They have a lot of real-world flight plans, and you can check those to see which alternates those real-world companies have been using.
Contact Zagreb Control radar on 122.53, so long.
And Aviator, I think Trivandrum is the British way, yeah. That's probably the main one, probably how I'm going to call it in the future as well. And Alex, they've named the look of the MCP. The numbers in the MCP windows look very realistic compared to iFly and PMDG. Honestly, PMDG is quite good as well. For iFly, I agree, and I do absolutely agree over here as well. The fonts are phenomenal. Honestly, they look like Comic Sans, but they do in the real plane as well. And Cretuaria and Gabriel, hope I didn't pronounce that too bad. No, thanks, we're good. Which destination do I enjoy to fly to the most? Have I ever been to Bucharest? I have been to Bucharest, but no layover, obviously. That was in my days on the short hauls, so 25 minutes and then back. Right now, I think I enjoy Punta Cana the most, but I've recently been in Zanzibar and really loved it there as well, but it was my first time flying there. And I would absolutely love to come back. But I think Punta Cana is kind of my favorite because we got a superb hotel that has a number of beach volleyball fields, and I'm basically spending hours after hours on the beach volleyball field whenever I'm on layover in Punta Cana. And I mean, what's better than getting paid to play beach volleyball? I really love Punta Cana, really do. And Idens, do I ever get to fly with auto thrust off in the real world Airbus? Yeah, a lot. My company leaves it completely up to us whether we want to use auto thrust or not when we're in manual flight. Obviously, when you fly in RVSM airspace, yeah, you must use it, blah 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 blah. But I get to do a lot of manual flying on approaches, and I just did the mathematics for last year. I did 70% visual approaches. Now, I got to add that I'm typically asking to fly the outbound flight away from the home base, because that's usually the daylight flight, and therefore you aren't as tired as you would be on the night flight back to the home base. And, you know, whenever we have the destination in sight, and that's the good thing about the destinations we fly to, they're either in the US, where you get to do visual approaches either way, or they are, you know, mostly holiday destinations where the weather is good as well. So I basically fly visual approaches whenever I can. And last year it's been 70% visual approaches. And believe me, I've been using manual thrust on all of them. Except maybe one or two where it's been like super gusty and stuff. But then, even with a visual, you wouldn't fly onto a 3-mile final, but you would go, you know, 6, 7, 8 miles final, and then still have the ILS or the RMP approach, whatever they have there, tuned and active, so that you get some guidance. But you can still cut it short a little bit. Just gotta ensure that you are well stabilized, and that you are, you know, fully stabilized by the time you reach the 1,000-foot gate. And Fred Bayer, do you know the compatibility of the 220 with SimApp Pro and Wings Bridge for wing flags? I haven't tried the wing flag stuff, and right now, but we are still in a pre-release version here. There is no compatibility with SimApp Pro. But then again, I'm sure that that is going to change after the release.
Center Ryanair 9969 with you, flight level 360.
And Jack Wilkinson, is there a minimum distance that the autopilot and auto throttle must be left on during the approach? Yeah, usually flight level 250. Like, normally it's just RVSM airspace, gotta be on. Once you're out of the RVSM airspace, do whatever you like. Of course, it's a different question whether it makes sense to turn them off that early. So, you know, on the long haul, I typically go manual at some 5,000 or 6,000 feet on the approach.
Line 7125 with you at flight level 350.
And Charlie, in my previous operator, visual approaches were not permitted at all. At least not the way that you look out of the window and fly them. What they do permit is to build yourself. I want to call it, you build yourself an RNAV approach with the FMS. And then you fly that in LNAV and VNAV with the autopilot. That is allowed. And that way you can do visual approaches in my previous operator. But just turning everything off, flight directors off, and fly it like a Cessna, can't do that. In my current one I can. And I'm telling you, the A330 is a phenomenal Cessna. And Captain Adam, have they released the pricing of the A220? Now, they have... There are some rumors that it would cost $66 US, but they have neither confirmed nor denied that. But, to be totally honest, from... You know, from what I see in this plane, $66 would be an appropriate price.
Turkish 1 Delta Bravo, good evening, sir.
And GBT T7Q, is there a fixed DME before the landing where the gear has to be lowered? That depends on company SOP. Airbus SOP on the A330 is geared down by 2,500 feet above the airfield, latest. And in the 330 you really need that to be stabilized at the 1,000 foot gate. The thing just glides far too well. So you really need that gear to slow it down.
Contact Rome Military Center on 123.225.
And Dread Zeppelin, if you ever fly to Atlanta, your first beer is on me. Even if it's a lousy American one. Oh, I'm not going to comment on the last one. Yeah. If I ever get there, I'll be sure to let you know.
Good evening. Maintaining flight level 380.
And Awin, did I see the A330 flight model enhancement add-on got updated recently? Yeah, I saw it. I tried to play with it, but for some reason it didn't really go too well. And I just haven't had the time to investigate yet. And FA Smith 478, what AI traffic am I using? My models are from Just Flight's FS traffic add-on, and they're controlled through Say Intentions AI.
Turkish 9 Delta Charlie. Union 974 best speed, Mach 78.
And user 12i7p, I have 96% average on ATPL theory, but a year later I feel like I forgot everything. What should I do? Honestly, I've had a superb score as well, but aviation theory is something that you just constantly gotta revise. What I like to do is... Oh, let's turn that thing off. So what I like to do is that, you know, on every one flight I pick a certain topic and I'm reading up on it. In the real world, that is. In the simulator I'm also often thinking about stuff, but in the real world, you know, let's say I'm flying to Punta Cana, then I just decide, okay, today I want to read up on hydraulics. And then I'm gonna go over the entire hydraulics, and then I'm gonna go over, you know, a little bit of the ATPL theory books and stuff like that. And just revisit all of that.
Rome radar is Taro 745. Good evening with you, flight level 380.
And Infinite Drummer, yeah, I loved the time in flight school. I really loved it.
Rome radar identified. Good evening.
And Felix, I'm absolutely looking forward to the Phoenix A320 Neos. I mean, they're the latest generation, and probably, you know, they're what the A320 used to be. In 10 years' time, we'll barely see any CEOs and mostly Neos, so they're the future. And I really love how our flight simulation experience turns into, well, the current level of aviation. Until really not so long ago, our simming has been, well, focused on the past generation aircraft. Like, for the past 10 years, we've been flying around on A320ceos, 737NGs, 777-300s, You know, that generation of aircraft. But alright, we're just getting a descent clearance here. And yeah, top of the stand is approaching quickly.
Alpha to 4,000 into PMA. QNH 1012.
4,000 straight away. Wow, that's early. But okay. So that's that. Yeah. And then we'll just start going down soon. Yeah, just to finish that line of thought. So,
121.075, Air China 9.
what was I about to say? Yeah, we've had that prior generation of aircraft for such a long time. I mean, basically for the past 10 years. For most of the time that I've been doing serious flight simming, we've been flying around with 320 CO, 737NG, 777, A330, 747, that generation. But that is the past generation of aircraft. The current generation, and we've seen them become so much more popular in the last 5 years. Prior to COVID, and what we see now, the average airport experience has just completely changed. And what we see nowadays is 220s, 320 Neo, 737 Max, 787, 350. You know, in the past 10 years, or we can probably use COVID as the deadline here, because with COVID, many old aircraft got retired. And you know, things have changed so much in that time, that I'm just really, really happy to see that Flight Simulator 2024 is finally getting up to date with the future generation, which is actually the current generation of aircraft. If you think about it, the 220 is flying for 10 years, the 787 is flying for 15 years. In 10 years, those aircraft are going to start to be out of date, and we'll see the next generation. So, it's pretty cool to see that we're getting more and more of those here.
Kalispera, ladies and gentlemen.
And Charlie, see you next time. And AirDoc, I don't think I have a favorite aircraft type, but there are many cool ones. Alright then, we're starting our descent to Rome, and I've talked so much over here that we've still not done any approach preparation, so how about we go for that now?
Flight level 140.
So, Fiumicino. Arm stars 16 left, right. Yep, there it is, lap 3 Alpha.
Maintaining Mach decimal 76, Ryanair 8 Whiskey Lima.
So, Islas Whiskey 16 left, and then we need the APC and the AGC.
Red Nose 3531, climb to flight level 360, report level.
Climbing flight level 360.
And Borislav 4492, thank you so much for the 1099 donation. Emmanuel, now I have my CPL and fly professionally. Your content taught me so much along the way. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Boris. That's fantastic to hear. That's really fantastic to hear.
Ryanair 70 Foxtrot Alpha, roger.
Now, excuse me for being a little, you know, have to check my approach right now. But I just don't want to get behind, because, let's face it, the 220 is still a very new aircraft for us. Okay, so, that's center button, huh? Yeah, it is.
0745, contact Rome Center on 123.225.
Okay, so, from Lima Alpha Tango, 250 knots below 16,000, which is checked. We proceed via 414 above 90 to Roma. So we got 414 above 90, then we have Roma, and then we're basically going into a downwind via Tuval that leads us onto the final.
0745, Rome Center identified, bonus error.
Okay, then we can switch over to the approach chart. Islas Whiskey 12 from Exama.
Descend to flight level 270, expect lower.
Alright, so that's Exama above 4,000 to Airbus 3,000, Oxebu 2,500. And we got Exama 2000, Airbus 3000 and Oxeru 2500, Fox India 2500 or above, and then we are going down to a minimum of
Ryanair 9969.
290 feet.
Descending flight level 320, Ryanair 9969.
Here we go. So, minimum 290. And then the go-around is a left turn to 2000 until 15 dmi Campagnano. And then 10 dmi between 3 and 4, and then to Campagnano. And that looks pretty much like it over here. Alright, cool. We got that stuff, then we can go back to our standard map. I really like how the map just slowly builds up here, huh? Looks really cool. And GPT Tripoli, yeah.
Rome Radar Center flying Bulgaria 480.
Alright, so we got that stuff. Then,
Flight Bulgaria 480 identified. Good evening.
okay, so we got that. Then let's just go down here and start a little bit of setup there. So, slap flaps, we're gonna use 4 for the landing. And it will be auto brakes off, auto reverse, just let the airplane roll, because we'll go all the way down the runway.
Flying Bulgaria 480.
Just to get you in the loop there.
400.
This is what it looks like. Landing on 16 left, you can see it's all the way down to the end and then vacate to the right. And then standard 1 goes down here on Delta to here, and then ground is going to give us instructions for the way in. And Jack Wilkinson, yeah, I do absolutely think that controlling in VATSIM is a good prerequisite and introduction to getting a controller in the real life. You just gain a lot of knowledge that you will later on think like, oh yeah, I've heard that before. That's gonna make it a lot easier. And you're gonna get used to, you know, the worst possible pilots, so that when, you know, when shit hits the fan in the real life, you don't need to be too worried, because you've seen it already. That's kind of a way to put it, I guess. Which is absolutely no insult to any flight simulators, so. I mean, we're all hobbyists, but you know what I mean. Okay, so, let's see, landing weight
Descending flight level 270
is
for
53
4,000.
tons. Like that, flaps 4, V-pilot 5.
Good evening.
Manual landing, low auto brake, reverser no, compute. Yeah, that landing distance calculation is definitely off. Okay, we're gonna ignore that for the time being. And
flight level 430, flying Bulgaria 480.
now, Golf Foxtrot Alpha, very interesting comment there. I'm wondering what your thoughts are about flying with 1 or no pilots in the future. Honestly, the way it is right now, pilots do errors all the time, and we back ourselves up all the time. It would need a computer to be able to take that backup over, and with the current generation of aircraft, I do absolutely not see that. You know, with AI getting smarter all the time, I could see it happen in the future. Possible. But for the time being, we're at least like 20 or 30 years away. And even just going to 1 pilot, you know, even what they're talking about for long hauls, that they would certify aircraft to have just 1 pilot in the flight deck during cruise. And how is that pilot going to stay awake? What is he going to do? Watch Netflix? I mean, the human performance factor is the limiting factor there. That's out of question. But I do very much see that problem still exist. Okay, 27 degrees, 1012, 140 at 7.
Ryanair 5 Whiskey Hotel identified.
And here we go. Alright. Verification 5. Set speeds. And then for the descent page, transition level. So 6,000 is the altitude, so flight level 80.
LP-76 Charlie Tango, Rome Radar Center
Okay,
identified.
and execute. So that's our approach setup completed. Then let's talk about the approach briefing. And for that, we're gonna start on this side here.
November, descend to flight level 190.
Now look at Rome coming up over there. You can already see the city there. Beautiful. Alright, so for the briefing, we are going to fly the Lima Alpha Tango 3 Alpha arrival, expecting the ILS Whiskey approach runway 16 left. The safe altitude is 4,000 and the minimum is 290. Go around left, turn out, climbing initially 2,000, later 3 and then 4,000.
Climbing to flight level
Extra fuel and time. We got 370 kilos on top. So that's all easy going. 370 kilos, yeah. Call it half an hour or so. Should be fine. Alright, then for the approach, we're going to use flight director guidance, config 4 landing, auto brakes off, and idle reverse. Let the plane roll towards the end, vacate to the right, and stop margin is over 1,000 meters if we're forcing it. We're vacating the runway to the right, standard taxi in, whatever routing ATC gives us, and I've got nothing special or non-standard, and I see no threats. Anything from your side? No? Fantastic, then that's our briefing completed. Now let me say goodbye to our passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight, your first officer with a quick update on our flights. We have left our cruising altitude and started the approach to Rome with a remaining flight time of between 15 to 20 minutes, depending on the local traffic. The weather in Rome is fantastic, clear skies, temperature 27 degrees, and a light wind from the southeast. Thank you very much for choosing ITA Airways for today's flight. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we did and look forward to welcome you all again on board our future service. Thank you very much for your attention, and we wish you a nice and safe onward journey. Alright.
745, contact Rome approach on 125.5.
So we're just getting the handover to approach. Let's see what's going to go on there.
Hit arrow 745. Rome approach, it's arrow 745. Good evening, flight level 190 for 4,000.
Arrow 745, Rome approach identified. Good evening, expect the ILS Whiskey runway 16 left approach into PM, and confirm you have information, Papa.
Perfect, ILS Whiskey 16 left, exactly what we're expecting.
Accepting ILS Whiskey 50 approach, runway 16
So someone talked about the beacon earlier on. Now here you got it, reflecting nicely onto the winglet. Also you can also see the strobe light shining there. The only thing that surprises me a little from here is that you don't have any cabin lights from the outside. Oh, what's the view doing here? I mean, yeah, now you can see them, but I would kind of expected a little more there. Now, would you look at that? Like, how good can the simulator look? Yes. So there's Ciampino down there. And then we're reaching 15,000. Seatbelts on. And hey, King Jerome, nice to see you in the comments. And Christian, yeah, PAs are really just practice. You listen to how your colleagues do them. Some airlines have templates, even though I've never been a fan of those templates. And now that we're lower level, let's turn the wing anti-ice back to auto as well. So, descent and approach checklists. FMS set, minima 290, auto brake off, ICAS checked, arrival briefing complete, descent and approach checklist complete.
Rome radar, Alpine 760
Charlie Tango, flight level 140.
And FA Smith, heads-up displays are optional equipment on the A220. Now, the Synaptic does currently not have one, but I've already told the Synaptic guys what I think, whether they should add it to the airplane. You can imagine what I said to them there. George, the external textures look much better than other aircraft like ray tracing. Is it much more realistic? Yeah, I mean, I'm completely honest. I've never seen an airliner that close from the outside in the real world. At least not in flight. So I wouldn't know that, but you know, when you look at this, I'm not sure how they do it, but it's just, I mean, it speaks for itself, doesn't it? And ILD VCE, any books you've been reading? Yeah, anything from Timothy Zahn on Star Wars. Even though that's probably not what you're asking for. And GPT T7Q, what would you say about switching from the right seat to the left seat where mental, visual and hand coordination flips? Yeah, it does take a couple days to get used to, but you know, for example, for senior first officer training, you only do one simulator session to get it accustomed to the left seat. The second session is then, you know, all decision making and abnormals, and that's it. So it doesn't take that much to get used to the other seat. Of course it is a little different at the beginning. And King Jerome, yeah, it is absolutely any good. And Equilibrium, how's the current performance? Is it comparable to any other high-fidelity aircraft? Yeah, I mean, it's not as good as the PMDG is. A little closer to how Phoenix used to be in the past. I think that probably describes it best. Like, it's not the best performance I've ever seen, I'm completely honest about that. But I do know that the version that streamers have gotten is also a version that had some performance problems that have been fixed already. Now, Geraldine, interesting question. Would you like to be captain one day? I mean, which pilot does not want to be captain? Everyone wants to. And Subex, please do an ILS. I see everyone having a hard time with it on this plane. Yeah, we will be doing an ILS. Mateus, I will not do any Flight Sim Studio ejects for the foreseeable future because of their content creator policy. Flight Sim Studios have a content creator policy that basically says we only grant the license to use our product in your videos if the content of that videos favors the goodwill of Flight Sim Studios. In other words, you can interpret that as if you do not do exclusively positive content, or if Flight Sim Studios just doesn't like your content, then you do not have a license to produce the content at all, and therefore you're basically a pirate. And that policy just, yeah. 170. Oh boy. Okay, well, level change, speed manual. Let's start slowing down. So yeah, Flight Sim Studios for me is a dead company. I'm not touching them. That content creator policy, I mean, the great leader Kim Jong-un would be proud. Couldn't have done it any better.
Radar, Itaro 2058, 3000.
And Baked Bread, how old was the oldest captain you've flown with? 64. Really just about to retire. Alright, that missed approach is a little... Let's get rid of that. It's been overlapping too much. Alright, flaps 1. Speed checked. And here's 170. So I'm fairly sure if they are slowing us down like that now, then we're probably going to turn base in 10 miles or so. Flaps 2. Speed checked. Flaps 2. Okay, let's do 175. I'm not gonna go to the I'm not gonna go flap 3 now. Alright. Where's our captain? You come back.
Arrow 745, no traffic ahead, resume normal speed.
For real?
Resuming normal speed. Hit Arrow 745.
Tell you what I'm gonna do. 190. I'm not retracting the flaps again. So, let's just dim the flaps a little bit. Alright, and then we're passing 10,000. That is sending all the way down to 4, and we have no more flat level restrictions, so set QNH. And QNH 1012 is cross-check, passing 9,600. Now. Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Kalispera, ladies and gentlemen. We are now beginning our final approach. Please turn off your electronic devices and stow them.
And J-Rock Pilot Miami, good afternoon.
Radar identified.
Their upright position, and ensure your seats are fully upright with your seat belts fastened. The weather in Rome is currently 27 degrees Celsius, clear skies and a gentle breeze. Our assigned gate is Terminal 1, Gate 302. Thank you for your cooperation as we prepare
Gate
for land.
302, let's just have a look where that is.
Fueling 1 Yankee Zulu, Rome radar identified.
Down here, okay. So we will come in via Delta, and then probably November Golf. Yep, November Golf, November Charlie. Something like that.
8 Arrow 745, I've got a shortcut for you. Turn left, heading 285, descend 6,000, vectors for the ILS Whiskey, runway 16 left approach.
Left heading 285, descend 6,000, vectors for the ILS Whiskey, runway 16 left approach. Hit Arrow 745.
Okay, heading 285. And then let's clean up. Airbus on top, please.
Red Nose 3531.
Direct 2.
Contact center on 121
Done.
075.
And execute. Alright, terrain shouldn't be too much of a problem here, but let's put the VSD on.
Good evening, Red Nose 3531.
Okay, I'll capture.
KU 101. Moderate chop here at flight level 360.
And let's start reducing speed again.
KU 101, thanks.
Alright, and then all manual.
KU 101, Rome radar center identified.
Okay, we are getting radar vectored here.
Speedbird 530, flight level 32.
So, nav source goes onto the localizer.
Speedbird 530, good evening.
And that's really all we need to intercept the ILS.
Arrow 745, turn left heading 205, descend 4,000.
Left heading 205, descend 4,000. Hit Arrow 745.
So, heading 205. I really think Say Intentions have improved the vectoring so much recently. Really, really pleasure to fly with it now.
075, good evening, Wiz Malta 88 November Papa.
Alright, you can see we're basically on the glide slope already.
Rome Radar Center, Ryanair 1 November uniform at flight.
Alright. So, 16 miles from touchdown, 5,000 feet, so yep, we are basically on glide, on speed. Fantastic. 1,000 to go is checked. Look at that, you get a little wind change that leads you to lose a bit of speed, therefore you're not on the trim speed anymore and the plane immediately starts pitching down. You really notice that. So, I'll capture. Now, I'm sure some flight simmers will be rather unhappy with the manual flying, because you need to use so little input. But I just love it. I just really love it. It's very precise, very agile. You just gotta keep it in trim. That's most important.
Arrow 745, 4 miles from flight level 16L. Turn left heading 185. Descend altitude 2,500 until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS Whiskey runway 16 left approach.
Left heading 185. Descend to 2,500 until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS Whiskey runway 16 left approach. It Arrow 745.
Alright, so localizer alive and approach is armed. Localizer capture, glide stop capture. $1,000 to go.
It's Arrow 745, contact VM tower on 127.625.
Contacting Fiume Tower on 127.625. It Arrow 745.
So initial go around altitude 2000 set. And runway heading.
Fiume Tower, it's Arrow 745. Good evening on
Set.
the localizer runway 16 left approach.
Alright, so VRF plus 5. It's gonna be 138.
Runway 16 left, winds 110 at 7, clear to land.
2,500.
That was 3 too many. Right, we are clear to land, taxi light is on.
Runway 16 left, clear to land. It Arrow 745.
Alright, we are going to configure at 60 ME. So as you can see, as long as you're on the trim speed, really easy. Really well behaved airplane. Okay. You're down. Flaps 3. Landing checklist. Altimeters. QNH 1012. And flaps 4. So, flaps 4 indicating cabin ready, landing checklist complete. Alright. So did you see how nice that airplane slowed down? It's just... you can fly it by the numbers. The only thing that I'm still working on here is the thrust setting. You can kind of see that on the very left edge here, because we should have about 43%. But it seems that the plane needs a little more than that. Those 43 seem to get me a little bit too much of a descent there. Like right now, of course, we are a little bit below the glide. Of course, we are accelerating a bit, but you see we need about 50% or so.
500.
Come on. Why is the puppy showing 4 white while we are still within the dot on the glide? I mean, you really see that the plane is a little pitchy there on final. Come on, I don't want to be too hard on the controls.
300.
Here we go, right back in it. No, let's not get too fast.
Arrow 1719er, hold short of runway 7.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Wiz Malta 5 Mike Romeo, winds 170 at 7, cleared to land runway 16 left.
Alright, spoilers, reverse green,
Wiz Malta 5 Mike Romeo.
and diesel. 80 knots. Could have taken this one, but the next traffic is still a couple miles out behind us, so we'll just go one further here. And engines out of reverse, then we'll just let it roll to the next exit. And Steven, the nose really depends on what you do with it. If you just let go of the stick the moment you touch down, then the nose is just gonna drop down.
45, exit at Delta Golf if able, contact ground on 122.125.
Alright, exiting at Delta Golf, that's here.
Switching to ground on 122.125. It Arrow 745. Fiume ground, it's Arrow 745. Good evening, cleared of runway. Ready to taxi to the gate.
Itaro 745, Fiume ground, taxi to Terminal 1 Gate 302 via Delta Kilo, Delta, Echo Golf, Hotel, November Charlie. Good day.
Alright, number one, get the airplane off that runway and onto the taxiway. And then we're gonna check. In the real world, what they do in Fiume is they taxi standard 1. And then you basically just go on to Delta over here, and then you are following Delta for a pretty long time, and then they're eventually going to hand you over.
Tower 1719 across runway 7.
Kalispera, ladies and
Alright, and here we are. So we're in Delta, then let's just get the ground chart. That's data. Arrival, Fiume, airport.
On behalf of your flight crew, thank you for flying with ITA Airways. The local time here is 9:35 p.m.
Okay, looks like that takes a while to load, so let's just do it here. Okay, so we're in Delta, all the way Delta. And then we continue via Kilo, Delta Echo, Golf November, Charlie. So that's gonna be Delta, 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 Delta.
Ryanair 4 Juliet Kilo ready for push and start.
November Golf, Hotel, November Charlie.
Ryanair 4
Okay,
Juliet
so
Kilo,
all the way
push and
Delta,
start
November
approved.
Golf, Hotel, November Charlie to the gate. Alright,
Push
easy.
back and start approved.
We
Ryanair
can do
4
that.
Juliet Kilo.
Ah, and now we also have the chart over here. Great. Because that one just makes it a lot easier. Alright, after landing checklist. And that's flaps.
Itaro 64, push and start
Ah.
approved.
Okay, after landing checklist, complete. Then what's not in the checklist is of course the lights, so let's do those. Strobe lights can also go off, and that's it. Alright, so one thing I want to try during our taxi in here is the single engine taxi, because that's something that they do a lot on the 220s. The engine you shut down is the left-hand engine, and I'm going to do that as soon as the flaps are retracted down here. So let's see how single engine taxi is going to work.
Push back and start approved.
So left engine off.
Arrow 1719, contact tower on 127.625.
So the engine does take a little while to come down, but then let's see how it's going to behave.
Juliet Kilo ready to taxi.
Ryanair 4 Juliet Kilo, taxi to holding point runway 25 via November Zulu Golf, November Bravo, Bravo Alpha.
And Steven, using the flap lever with the lever of the wing control unit is a little problematic because the lever on the wing control unit has 5 settings, like you would have them on, you know, an A320. This one, however, has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 settings. So you skip the 1 and I think the 4 when you use the wing control settings. That's just something that you should keep in mind there.
Wiz Malta 5 Mike Romeo, taxi to parking via Delta Golf, Delta Echo Golf, Hotel November Golf.
Delta Golf, Delta Echo Golf, Hotel November Golf, Wiz Malta 5 Mike Romeo.
Okay, so we continue straight ahead for a bit and then left into November Golf. So that's that one here.
Itaro 78 ready to push.
Okay, so on the single engine it looks like the plane is very gradually losing a little bit of speed here.
Itaro 78.
Okay, so November Golf is... no, that one. That one. Yep, here it is. November Golf. Okay, so let's go in here, and then we're looking for gate 302, which is basically pretty much straight ahead. So, let's get GSX. Highly realistic. 302. No follow me needed. Handling by Avia partner. Thanks. Or not. Alright. So, let's add a little bit of power on engine number 2. See if we can accelerate a bit again. There's a Ryanair coming out of the alley that we are going in.
Italia 146 Romeo ready to taxi.
I wonder where that Ryanair is going.
Taxi to holding point runway 25 via Whiskey Victor Zulu Mike Tango Bravo Bravo Alpha.
But let's just take it slow and see what the Irish are doing.
Via Whiskey Victor Zulu Mike Tango Bravo Bravo Alpha Aero Italia 146 Romeo.
I think they're coming right at us. Okay guys, close your eyes for a second. Mr. O'Leary is fighting the competition. What would the Russians say? A bliat! But it gives you a nice comparison of the size of an A220 versus a 737. I mean, there are certainly other ways how you could determine that size difference, but you get where I'm going at. So there is another airplane over there. We can see the nav lights, but we are turning onto the left line here, onto November Charlie.
Taro 78, taxi to holding point runway 16 right via November Golf Hotel Alpha. Hold short of runway 07.
Taxi to holding point runway 16 right via November Golf.
Let's go left over here onto November Charlie.
Itaro 78.
And start APU.
Itaro 745, give way to the A319.
Which A319?
Austrian 55 Papa.
Probably that guy on the right there. No, that's an A320.
Hotel Alpha. Hold short of runway
Now let's see what that wingtip clearance looks like. Oh, just about. And now he despawns. Okay. So we're parking behind the Neo in front of that white guy.
32 contact tower on 127.625.
Alright.
127.625, Korean Air 932.
Ground, Condor 3 X-ray Romeo, taxi to the ramp.
Condor 3 X-ray Romeo, taxi to parking via Delta Golf Delta.
Okay, so here's our parking. Nah, need those lights. Otherwise, can't really see the markings. Okay, here we go. Alright, taxi light off. And the real world airports are a lot brighter than what we see here.
157, Quebec ready to taxi.
Okay, BCS-3 is up on the guidance.
Taxi to holding point runway 16 right via Kilo Yankee Zulu Mike Alpha, hold short of runway 07.
Taxi to holding point runway 16 right via Kilo Yankee Zulu Mike Alpha, hold short of runway 07, Aero Italia 157, Quebec.
Alright, for some strange reason the guidance is in feet, not in meters, but so what? Yeah, you're kidding me there, stupid GSX. Alright, parking brake is set, APU is on, and engines are off. I mean, we're not supposed to do it that way, we're supposed to go the checklist way, so let's take the checklist now. So shutdown checklist, no steering, off, APU external power, APU on, slots disarmed is checked, seatbelts
Start approved, Itaro 332.
off, and the bacon is off. So, flight control test required? Nope, there's no message requiring one over here. Let's go no, and that's the shutdown checklist completed. Well guys, with that, welcome back to Fiumicino. Let's go ahead and go for a deboarding over here. The jetway is connecting, let's just see that from the outside. And come on, that parking wasn't too bad. In any case, guys, that's what I can offer you for today. Hope you liked it. And Rui Torres, you know, this quote, this jackass keeps bad-mouthing GSX. Why do you use it then? Oh, you know, because there's no alternative available. That's the simple only reason. But you know, for that jackass comment, bye-bye. Okay, anyway, had that now, so let's go ahead and, we got that thing, so, yeah, here we are. Deboarding has started. Because that's again one of the points where GSX is then, you know, not too bad when you get the passengers deboarding and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's a constant, you know, it's a constant. You hate it, but there is no alternative available and you don't want to miss it either. But okay guys, yeah, flow color, you name it. It's never GSX's fault, absolutely. Alright, so here we are. Hope you guys enjoyed this flight. Let's just go ahead and explore some of the lighting options in the plane before we shut it down. Because as you can see, we are obviously in a pretty dark configuration here. So let's first of all put that floodlight up. This is what it looks like on these sides here. And then let's just go ahead and play with this. So the dome light is right up here. Let's put that on. Let's also put the entrance lights on. And then this is what the airplane looks like. As you can see, it's not like super bright, but that's exactly in my experience what aircraft really are. Like they're really not too bright, and I think this is, yeah, pretty believable. Pretty believable indeed. Okay then. And Stephen, thank you very much for the £5 donation. That's really appreciated. Thank you, my friend. Well then, guys, finally answering Benny P8212 here. What are my final thoughts on the plane? So yeah, my final thoughts, you know, we're talking about a version 1.0 release here. I'm obviously factoring that in with my, I'm obviously factoring that in over here. Let's just deselect ATC. Thank you very much. Now, I really like it. I really like it. The 220 obviously has a couple of things that they still need to improve on. It would be strange if they didn't with a version 1.0 release. But I think it's safe to say that it is well, in a much better shape than many of the other IndyBuilds airplane releases have recently been. If you think about the TriStar or the A340, you know, those have been in a state that was far worse than the A220 is in over here. It gets you from A to B, it does most of that really well, flies good, it's enjoyable to fly, looks good. The frame rate could be a little better, completely honest about that. The frame rate is my main point of critique here that they can improve on. But hey, if you've been able to run the Phoenix, you know, prior to the last batch of updates, then you will definitely be able to run this airplane as well. So guys, thank you very much. That's going to it for today's video. Hope you enjoyed it. Leave your feedback in the comments underneath the video. As always, be sure to like, comment and subscribe. And if you really love what I'm doing, then I would appreciate a small donation through the Buy Me a Coffee link in the video description below. Check out Say Intentions AI using my affiliate link if you want to support the channel while you're doing yourself a favor as well. I think Say Intentions have really improved their ATC a lot, as we could also see on today's approach. With the, well, honestly, that vectoring was excellent. That vectoring was really excellent. Wouldn't have expected any better from a VATSIM controller either. So yeah, there we got it. Thank you very much for flying along, guys, and then I'm really looking forward to see you all again on the next one. Hopefully, very soon.